Hey, sleepyheads. Hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. I haven't told this story in a long time. Honestly, I wasn't even sure I wanted to. But after what I found online yesterday, I can't stop thinking about it, so maybe writing it out will help me understand, or at least, I hope so. This all started 2 summers ago. My best friend Alex and I decided to go backpacking in the Huron National Forest. We'd both grown up camping, but usually with family tents pitched near crowded campsites. Car engines and radios always audible in the background. This trip was different. This was real backpacking, 2 friends, 3 days, carrying everything on our backs into a place far enough that your phone becomes nothing more than a glorified flashlight. On the first day, we hiked about 6 miles deep into the woods. I remember it clearly: bright blue skies, the kind that make everything look fake, and the air fresh enough to sting your lungs if you breathed in too deep. We passed a couple of hikers early on, exchanged quick hellos, but after the first 2 hours, it was just the 2 of us in the silence of the forest. We set up camp in a clearing surrounded by tall pine trees that towered over us, making it feel like twilight even though the sun was still high. It felt perfect. I remember thinking how peaceful it was, how good it felt to just be disconnected. That first night was completely normal. We cooked beans and sausages on a small camping stove, laughed over stupid memories from high school, and fell asleep in our separate sleeping bags without any trouble. It was the second day when things got strange. We spent the day hiking a rough loop around the area, exploring narrow trails and climbing over fallen logs. We didn't see a single other person all day. That night, back at camp, just as the sky was turning from orange to deep purple, we heard something. It was subtle at first, a rustling sound, like someone carefully moving through branches. "Probably just a deer," Alex said, poking at the campfire with a stick. But it wasn't a deer. We heard footsteps, unmistakable footsteps, heavy enough to break twigs but deliberate, careful, as if trying not to be heard. We both went quiet, listening. Neither of us moved. After a few moments, the footsteps stopped, and we both relaxed a bit, telling ourselves it was just another hiker, looking for a spot to pitch a tent. About 15 minutes later, we heard the unmistakable sounds of a tent being set up, poles snapping into place, nylon fabric rustling softly. Whoever it was, they were quiet, efficient. The weird thing was we hadn't seen another person all day, and this spot wasn't exactly easy to find. "Maybe someone hiking the same trail," Alex whispered. I nodded, and we eventually decided to just call out and say hello. It felt awkward to pretend we didn't notice. "Hey, need any help over there?" I called into the darkness. My voice felt louder than it should have, breaking the quiet sharply. There was no response, nothing, just silence that seemed to grow thicker in the dark. I shrugged at Alex, trying to look more comfortable than I felt. We convinced ourselves whoever it was had probably just gone to sleep, tired from hiking, maybe wearing headphones. The next morning we saw it, a small yellow tent, maybe 30 feet from ours, set back against the edge of the clearing. It was quiet, zipped up tight, with no movement or sound from inside. We ate breakfast, occasionally glancing toward it, expecting someone to emerge, but nobody ever did. By mid-afternoon, Alex started to get uneasy. "Should we check on them?" he finally asked. But something held me back. Maybe it was the absolute stillness of the tent, or how eerily quiet it seemed over there. Something didn't feel right. "Nah, they're probably just sleeping late," I said, trying to reassure us both. But deep down, I didn't quite believe it. That night was colder. We zipped our sleeping bags tight and crawled inside the tent earlier than usual. Neither of us admitted it out loud, but we both felt uneasy. It was around midnight when I first heard it. Soft, muffled sobbing. It was coming from the direction of the yellow tent. At first, I thought I was imagining it, my mind playing tricks, amplifying the rustle of leaves or the gentle wind. But the sound continued, unmistakably human soft cries, the kind you make when you're trying desperately not to be heard. I whispered Alex's name, and he answered instantly. He heard it too. "What do we do?" he whispered, tense, his voice tight with fear. I had no idea. I didn't want to investigate in the dark, not when every instinct screamed at me to stay away. As we sat in silence, frozen in uncertainty, the sobbing shifted. The crying slowly changed into whispers, soft, fast whispers that didn't quite form words. It sounded like someone having an urgent conversation, but we never heard another voice reply. Neither of us slept after that. We sat up, tense, listening, the sound of whispers slowly fading as the night stretched into early morning. By sunrise, the woods were silent again. When we finally had enough courage to look outside our tent, the yellow tent was gone, completely. Just a flat patch of grass where it had been, pressed down gently as if someone had lain there, but no footprints, no trash, no marks indicating anyone had walked away. We packed quickly, saying very little. By the time we reached our car at the trailhead, the strange encounter already felt unreal, like a shared hallucination. A weird story you tell friends, but don't fully believe yourself. We laughed it off over pizza that night, shaking our heads at how creeped out we'd gotten over probably nothing. I told myself we had imagined it, some trick of the wind or sound. But deep down, it felt like we'd stumbled onto something that wasn't meant to be found. And then, a week later, I made the mistake of posting pictures from our trip online. Harmless camping shots, trees, trails, our tent. That's when the comment appeared beneath one of the photos. "You saw her too? She was outside our tent for hours." I stared at it, heart pounding, a wave of dread washing over me. Because that meant whatever we'd experienced, it wasn't just us. I stared at that comment for longer than I'd like to admit, my hand slightly trembling over the keyboard. I blinked hard, hoping it might disappear or somehow rearrange itself into something harmless. "You saw her too? She was outside our tent for hours." The profile name was Alib22. Clicking it didn't show much, no picture, no posts, just a generic account with a handful of random follows. My stomach tightened. Was it just a prank? Some random internet troll who thought it would be funny to scare us? But how could they know? It had been exactly 7 days since Alex and I left the woods. For 7 days, we'd convinced ourselves that what happened, what we'd heard, What we'd felt was just our imagination, a strange dream woven by exhaustion and isolation. Now, reading that single comment, it was like a cold hand had reached out from the screen and dragged me right back to that dark clearing. I texted Alex immediately, checked the post, someone else saw her. His reply came quickly, almost instantly. What? Just look, I typed back, unable to explain further. Minutes later, my phone rang. It was Alex, sounding shaky. Is this some kind of joke? His voice was low, cautious. No, I said softly, hoping I sounded calmer than I felt. I have no idea who this person is. We sat quietly, neither of us speaking for what felt like an eternity. I stared at my laptop, rereading the comment again and again, wishing I could see through the screen, find this alley person and demand answers. What if they're serious? Alex finally asked. What if we weren't imagining it? I didn't have an answer for him, because deep down, I knew it hadn't been our imagination. The whispers, the crying, the silence in that yellow tent I'd spent the past week pretending it was nothing, trying to forget. But it wasn't nothing. Someone else had seen her too. I'm messaging her, I said finally, my voice firm, though I felt anything but confident. Okay, Alex said after another pause. Just be careful. I typed out the message slowly, deleting and rewriting it several times before finally hitting send. Hey, I saw your comment. We camped at Huron too. Can you tell me more about what happened to you? I waited, staring at the screen. 5 minutes became 10, then 20, and just as I was about to give up, a small notification popped up. Allie, B22, is typing. My heart jumped. Her reply was short, direct, and unsettling. Can I call you? I hesitated for only a moment, glancing nervously at my phone before typing out my number. A minute later, it rang, the screen showing an unknown caller. I answered cautiously. Hello? A woman's voice came through softly, tired and wary. Hey, this is Allie. You're the one from Reddit, right? Yeah, I replied. I'm Sam. There was a long pause. I could hear her breathing quietly, gathering her thoughts. Look, Sam, she finally said. I thought we were the only ones, but after I saw your picture, I recognized the clearing immediately. How? I asked, my throat tight. Because we camped there last summer, same exact spot, same everything. We were on a hiking trip for my friend Hannah's birthday. Just 3 of us, me, Hannah, and her boyfriend Kyle. We thought the place was perfect. She paused again, breathing shakily. But on our second night, someone else showed up. My heart pounded harder as she spoke, her words eerily familiar. It was a little yellow tent, pitched maybe 30 feet from ours. No fire, no flashlight, nothing just there when we woke up in the morning. We didn't see or hear anyone all day. By nightfall, we started feeling weird about it, but figured maybe the person was just shy or something. Did you see her? I asked urgently, my voice shaking slightly. Whoever was inside. No, she whispered, but around midnight we heard crying, quiet at first, then louder. We thought someone needed help. Kyle went out to check, and it stopped. As soon as he went back in our tent, It started again. Then came whispers, like a conversation, but just one voice. Kyle was too freaked out to go back outside again. My breath caught in my chest. That's exactly what happened to us. She exhaled shakily, sounding relieved to finally tell someone. We left as soon as the sun came up, but when we got outside, the yellow tent was gone. Just flat grass, no footprints, nothing. We didn't find anything either, I said numbly. There was another pause, and then she said softly, "But I lied in that comment. She wasn't just outside for hours. She followed us out." "What do you mean, followed?" I asked, my voice cracking slightly. She hesitated. We walked back out at sunrise, maybe 4 miles back to the car, and every 20 minutes or so, we'd hear something behind us, soft footsteps, twigs cracking. When we turned around, no one was ever there, but the feeling was, she paused again, gathering herself, like we were being watched, and whoever it was stayed just far enough away that we couldn't see them. My palms felt clammy. "Did you ever report it?" "To who?" She laughed bitterly. "What would we say? That someone cried outside our tent and followed us without us ever actually seeing them. The rangers would have thought we were crazy." I knew exactly how she felt. "Do you still think about it?" Her voice grew softer. "Every day, especially when it's quiet, and sometimes I swear I can hear the whispers again." After a pause, she added in a whisper, "Can you?" I didn't answer right away, because until that moment, I hadn't let myself admit it, not even to Alex, but ever since that trip, I'd wake up sometimes at night, heart pounding, certain I'd just heard soft whispers in the room. I'd chalked it up to nightmares, nerves, lingering stress. But now, hearing someone else say it, it suddenly felt real, like something had followed us out too. "Yeah," I admitted quietly, "I think I do." Neither of us said anything else. The line just held the quiet static of our shared fear. Finally, Allie spoke again. "Sam, whatever that was, I don't think it was human. I don't know what it wanted, but I know it wasn't lost. It was waiting." After my call with Allie, everything started feeling different. The quiet moments I'd normally love early mornings before work. Evenings when Alex wasn't around began to feel charged, like something heavy and unseen was lurking in the corners. The whispers I'd brushed off as bad dreams became clearer, sharper. Each time I'd lie perfectly still, eyes wide open, holding my breath as I listened to soft, unintelligible words somewhere just beyond my bedroom door. When I finally talked to Alex about it, I could tell he'd been hearing them too. He tried to brush it off, blaming stress, sleep deprivation, anxiety, anything but admitting we both knew it wasn't that simple. I didn't blame him. Denial felt safer than believing something had followed us home. But when Alex called me a week later, voice tight and nervous, I knew his denial had finally cracked. "Sam, we have to go back," he said quietly, sounding more exhausted than I'd ever heard him. "What?" I asked, caught off guard. Returning was the last thing I wanted, especially after Allie's story. "To the woods," he repeated. "I haven't slept right since we got back. I'm hearing the whispers every night now. It's driving me crazy. Maybe if we go back, we'll figure out what's going on, or at least prove to ourselves there's nothing there." I hesitated. "Alex, you really think going back into those woods is the best idea?" "I don't know," he admitted, voice strained. "But I'm starting to feel like if we don't, it'll never stop." That was the hardest part. I understood exactly how he felt. It wasn't rational, but it seemed like something from that trip was still holding on to us, following closely behind, just out of sight. Maybe going back was the only way to shake it off for good. Reluctantly, I agreed. We didn't tell anyone where we were going, knowing they'd think we were insane. Who willingly returns to the sight of something they can't explain? The drive felt longer this time. As we turned off the main highway onto the smaller back roads toward the forest, dread tightened around me. Even the forest looked different now, darker, less inviting. The trees felt taller, leaning over the narrow road like they were waiting for us. We parked at the trailhead, gathering our gear silently. It was just past noon, clear and sunny, but nothing felt bright. Every step deeper into the woods seemed to pull us further away from the world we knew. "We'll set up near the original spot," Alex said quietly, forcing a casual tone he clearly didn't feel. I nodded, too uneasy to speak. We hiked in silence for over 2 hours. The trail was familiar, but distorted somehow, like the landscape had shifted subtly since we were last here. Several times Alex paused, looking around with uncertainty, as though doubting his memory of the place. Neither of us said anything about it. We both felt it, though. The woods were off, like they weren't entirely the same place we'd left. Finally, we reached the clearing. Seeing it again made my stomach churn. It looked exactly the same, empty, still, waiting. "Let's hurry," Alex said, already pulling his tent from his pack. He was tense, working fast. Neither of us wanted to stay longer than necessary. Once camp was set up, we sat quietly by the tent, waiting. As afternoon stretched into evening, nothing happened. No sounds, no footsteps, no yellow tent. "I feel stupid," Alex admitted suddenly, kicking a rock toward the trees. "Maybe we really did imagine everything." "Maybe," I said, but my voice sounded uncertain even to me. Deep down, I knew better. As darkness finally fell, we lit a small fire, the flames crackling quietly. The light barely reached the tree line, the shadows around us deepening steadily. We both avoided mentioning what had happened the last time we were here, but I could tell Alex was thinking about it too. His eyes constantly flicked toward the spot where the yellow tent had appeared. By midnight, the forest was completely still. I started to feel foolish. Maybe Alex was right. Maybe this whole thing had been an overreaction. I felt exhaustion creep in, the tension in my body finally easing enough to allow sleep. But just as I started to close my eyes, Alex grabbed my arm, hard. "Did you hear that?" he whispered sharply. I froze, heart suddenly pounding again. For a moment, the forest remained quiet, but then I heard it. Soft footsteps, careful and deliberate, crunching lightly over twigs and leaves, circling slowly around our campsite. We sat rigid, barely breathing. The footsteps stopped just beyond the fire's reach. I strained to see into the dark, but saw nothing, just the dense wall of blackness around us. Then, out of nowhere, the crying began. Quietly at first, soft and muffled, exactly like before, a girl's voice, delicate but filled with sadness. Each sob felt carefully restrained, as if whoever was crying was trying desperately not to disturb the silence. Alex's grip tightened on my arm. I could hear him breathing heavily beside me, eyes wide, locked onto the spot from where the crying seemed to originate. "Who's there?" he finally called out, voice shaking. Instantly the crying stopped. The sudden quiet was more terrifying than the sound had been. We waited, breathless, staring into the dark, straining to hear anything at all. Then, directly behind us, a whisper. "You came back." I spun around, feeling my heart nearly explode with terror, but nothing was there. Just darkness, silent trees looming over us. "What do you want?" Alex shouted, voice raw with panic. "Please, just leave us alone." Silence again. After a long, tense pause, the whisper returned, closer this time, right next to our tent. "I waited for you." The voice was soft, almost gentle, but with a strange sadness that made my chest ache. "Who are you?" I asked, voice barely audible. "I can't leave," the voice replied softly. "I tried, but I can't." "Why not?" Alex whispered, eyes wild with fear. There was no response. Instead, a quiet rustling sound moved away, disappearing slowly into the trees. Eventually, the silence felt absolute again, thick and heavy, pressing against us. We spent the rest of the night awake, huddled by the dying fire, waiting tensely for dawn. When morning finally came, neither of us spoke. We packed our gear hastily, leaving the clearing behind without looking back. But as we made our way down the path, I caught something out of the corner of my eye, just a flash of yellow fabric, barely visible through the trees, tucked into the shadows. And that's when I finally understood. She had always been here, waiting quietly. And something told me she wasn't going to let us leave, not this time. I tried to pretend I hadn't seen it. That quick flash of yellow through the trees, bright fabric catching morning sunlight. I told myself it was just a trick of my exhausted, anxious mind. But deep down I knew better. I'd seen the tent again. Alex walked just ahead of me, silent and rigid. Neither of us spoke. Every sound in the woods now felt charged and unnatural. Leaves rustling too deliberately, twigs snapping quietly behind us, distant birdsong abruptly stopping mid-note. The peaceful forest we'd once loved now felt wrong, distorted somehow, like walking through a place that mimicked reality but didn't quite match it. We moved quickly, following the familiar trail back toward the parking lot, eyes fixed on the ground to avoid seeing anything else we didn't want to acknowledge. But the further we went, the more the path itself felt altered, like it had subtly shifted overnight. Small differences appeared where none should exist, a tree I didn't recognize, a rock formation I was sure hadn't been there yesterday. I wanted to mention it to Alex but didn't. He was barely holding himself together, his jaw clenched, eyes narrowed in focus. I could see the fear plainly on his face. We both knew something had changed since yesterday. The woods felt larger now, somehow deeper, pulling us further in, rather than leading us out. An hour passed, then two. The trail grew less distinct, winding oddly through dense underbrush that scraped at our arms and legs. The morning sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick canopy, casting strange patterns of shadow around us. I checked my watch nervously. We should have reached the parking lot by now. Instead, we seemed lost. Alex finally stopped, breath heavy, eyes wide with confusion. "Sam, are we going the right way?" "I don't know," I admitted quietly. "The trail looks different." "How could it look different?" he snapped, panic edging into his voice. "It's a straight shot. We came in this way yesterday." "I know, but—" My voice faded helplessly. I had no explanation, nothing logical that would reassure him or myself. He pulled out his phone, shaking it in frustration. "Still no service. This isn't right. We had signal here yesterday." He turned slowly, scanning the trees. Everything looked identical, rows upon rows of dark trunks, crowded together like silent watchers. The quiet now felt oppressive. I felt suddenly, terribly exposed. A branch snapped behind us. We spun around, breath catching sharply. My heart hammered violently as I searched the thick shadows between the trees. Nothing moved. Nothing appeared out of place. "Hello?" Alex shouted desperately, voice cracking. "Is someone there?" No reply. Just absolute, crushing silence. We waited, frozen in place. Then I saw it again. Another flash of yellow fabric, deeper into the woods, half hidden behind a large pine tree. Alex saw it too. He tensed visibly, eyes wide, breathing quickening. "It's her," he whispered harshly, voice shaking with certainty. "Sam, it's the tent." I didn't know what to say. Seeing it now in daylight somehow made it worse. It was real, unmistakably real. "We should go toward it," Alex said abruptly. "Maybe she knows the way out." "What?" I stared at him, horrified. "Alex, think about what you're saying. We don't even know what she is." He hesitated, fists clenched tight. "Then what? Wander aimlessly until we get even more lost? She might be the only person who knows how to get out." I understood his desperation, but something felt wrong, dangerously wrong. Still, I couldn't think of a better plan. Reluctantly, I nodded. Slowly, we moved toward the spot where we'd seen the yellow tent. As we approached, I felt a sinking dread. The air around us had grown colder, damp somehow, as if moisture clung thickly to the trees. The birds had completely stopped singing, the silence absolute and unnatural. When we reached the pine tree, the yellow tent wasn't there. Instead, there was only a small clearing, empty and perfectly silent. We stood still, listening, breathing shallowly. Then Alex grabbed my arm again, squeezing hard. "Sam, look." My eyes followed his gaze. On the ground, precisely where the tent had seemed to stand, something had been carved into the dirt. 4 words, shallow but clearly visible. "You can't go back." A chill spread through my entire body. My throat felt tight, and suddenly, irrationally, I felt eyes on us. Something watching, quietly observing our panic. "What the hell is this?" Alex said softly, his voice cracking. "Who did this?" I didn't respond. My mind spun, struggling to process it all. Was this a warning? A threat? Suddenly, behind us a quiet rustling. We turned slowly, terrified of what we might see. Standing just beyond the edge of the clearing was a girl, small and slender, maybe 15 or 16. Her hair was tangled, matted against her face, eyes wide and dark. Her clothes were filthy, stained from dirt and weather, torn in places as if she'd been wandering the woods for months. She stared at us silently, expressionless. "Are you—" Alex started, voice shaking, stepping forward hesitantly. "Are you lost? Do you need help?" She didn't move, didn't blink. Instead, slowly, she raised a finger to her lips, making a silent shh gesture. Her gaze shifted slightly, staring directly into my eyes. I felt paralyzed, pinned beneath her stare. It was heavy, almost hypnotic. "Who are you?" I managed to whisper, barely audible. She didn't reply. Instead, she turned slowly, walking quietly deeper into the woods. After a few steps, she paused, looking over her shoulder once, waiting. "Sam, she wants us to follow," Alex whispered urgently. His eyes were wild, desperate. "She knows the way out." But I hesitated. Something about her silence, her calm felt wrong, deeply wrong. Every instinct screamed at me to stay away, to run. "No," I whispered, shaking my head slowly. "Something's not right." But Alex wasn't listening. He was already moving forward, stepping toward her. "Please," he called, voice trembling. "Show us how to get out of here." The girl watched him silently. Then she began to walk again, slowly disappearing into the shadows. Alex followed quickly, nearly running. "Come on," he shouted back to me. "She's helping us." But I stood frozen, unable to move. I felt suddenly, terrifyingly certain. If I followed her, we would never leave this forest again. Alex's figure grew smaller, moving deeper into the darkening woods, his desperate voice growing fainter, eventually lost beneath the oppressive silence. I was left alone in the empty clearing, surrounded by quiet trees, carved words at my feet. "You can't go back." And somewhere in the distance, almost too soft to hear, the whispers began again. I stood frozen in the empty clearing, the words carved into the dirt staring back at me. "You can't go back." My heart hammered painfully against my ribs. Alex had disappeared into the trees, chasing after the strange girl, leaving me utterly alone in a silence so thick it seemed to press against my skin. For a long moment, I couldn't move, I couldn't even breathe. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to find Alex, drag him back, and flee. But something deeper held me still, a quiet voice whispering in my mind that if I stepped into the woods now, I'd never leave. I tried calling his name again, louder this time, panic cracking through my voice. "Alex, Alex, come back, please." Silence answered me, heavy and complete. There wasn't even an echo. It was as if my voice simply vanished into the thick trees. Then, softly, behind me the faintest rustle. I spun around, heart in my throat. The clearing was still empty, but now I could feel eyes on me, watching carefully, waiting. Something had stayed behind when Alex followed that girl. Something was here with me. I forced myself to move, stepping away from the carved words and into the dense underbrush. I had no idea where I was going, just a vague hope of retracing our original path, somehow finding Alex and getting out of here. I moved as quickly as I could, stumbling over roots and rocks hidden beneath tangled leaves. Every direction looked identical, every tree twisted and indistinguishable. The further I walked, the more disoriented I felt. The sun hung strangely in the sky, unmoving, casting weird, muted shadows around me. Time didn't seem real anymore. After what felt like hours, but might have been only minutes, I stopped to catch my breath, leaning heavily against a tree trunk. I had no idea where I was. My sense of direction was gone, swallowed up by this endless, silent forest. The trees seemed closer together now, their branches intertwined above me, forming a thick canopy that blocked out most of the light. I reached into my pocket, pulling out my phone again. Still no signal, of course, but the time showed 11:17 a.m., unchanged since we'd first entered the clearing. I shook the phone desperately, but it refused to update or respond. It was as if even time had stopped. Feeling a wave of desperation, I sank down to the forest floor, leaning back against the rough bark. I was exhausted, confused, afraid, and utterly alone. But just as despair began to fully settle, I heard it again, the whispers. They were different now, clearer somehow, still quiet but more urgent, forming broken fragments of words that I couldn't quite understand. I strained to listen, barely breathing. They seemed to circle around me, darting from tree to tree, weaving through shadows. "Who's there?" I whispered, voice shaking. "Alex?" No reply, just more whispers, insistent but unintelligible. Slowly I stood again, stepping cautiously toward the sound. I didn't have a choice. The whispers were the only lead I had left. Maybe they would take me to Alex. Maybe they'd show me the way out. I followed them deeper into the woods, the sound drifting steadily ahead, always just out of sight. The ground beneath my feet felt strangely soft, spongy, as though rotting quietly beneath a thick layer of leaves and moss. The trees grew older here, their trunks gnarled and twisted, bark peeling in thick, dark strips. And then, suddenly, I saw it, a small yellow tent pitched just beyond a narrow row of pines, the exact same tent, identical to the one we'd seen before. It sat perfectly still, untouched by wind or weather, zipper tightly closed. I stopped dead, heart racing. The whispers abruptly ceased, leaving a ringing silence behind. The woods around me now felt impossibly still, holding their breath. Taking a slow, shaky step forward, I approached the tent cautiously. Every muscle in my body screamed for me to turn and run, but I couldn't. Something drew me closer, a horrible, compulsive curiosity. When I reached the tent, I knelt down, gently gripping the zipper with trembling fingers. Slowly, I pulled it open, wincing as the nylon scraped loudly through the silence. Inside was empty, perfectly clean, as though no one had ever entered. But lying at the center, carefully arranged, was a small notebook bound in faded blue fabric. Hands shaking, I reached inside and picked it up. The cover felt brittle, pages curled slightly at the edges. Opening it carefully, I saw a series of neat, careful handwriting, dated entries filled with precise details. August 7th. They left again this morning. They couldn't hear me. I tried, but I wasn't loud enough. September 21st. Another group. They came close, but then they ran. They're afraid of me. I just want someone to help. My breath caught in my throat as I turned pages quickly, the entries growing more desperate. November 3rd. I don't know how long it's been. The woods won't let me leave. I keep trying, but I always end up back here. Then the final entry, undated and written in hurried, desperate handwriting. I think I understand now. They won't let me go until someone else stays. I don't want to do it, but I can't stay here anymore. I'm sorry. My chest felt tight, realization hitting me painfully. She'd been trapped here waiting, desperate, lost, and Alex had followed her willingly, trying to escape. But instead, he'd walked straight into the same fate. "No," I whispered, dropping the journal in horror. I scrambled away, nearly falling as I stood. "Alex!" I shouted, panic raw and desperate. "Alex, come back!" Silence again, thicker than ever. I turned frantically, looking around, unsure of which way to run, desperate to escape before whatever had trapped her, and now Alex trapped me too. Then I saw him, standing just beyond the tent, half hidden by shadows. Alex stood perfectly still, eyes wide and expressionless. His clothes were filthy, torn. He stared straight ahead, seeing nothing, face slack. "Alex?" I asked, voice barely audible, choking back fear. "What's happening? We need to leave." He didn't move, didn't blink. Instead, softly, he raised a finger slowly to his lips, making the same shh gesture the girl had made before. My heart shattered. He was already gone. Behind me, the tent zipper slowly closed, sealing itself neatly shut. I turned back to Alex, panic boiling inside me, but he disappeared again, vanished silently into the trees. I was alone. I knew then, horribly and completely, that Alex wouldn't leave this place. The woods had claimed him, just as they'd claimed her. And unless I found a way out soon, they'd claim me too. Standing alone, breathing heavily, I stared at the place Alex had just stood. My heart beat painfully against my ribs, adrenaline surging uselessly through my veins. The forest pressed in tighter now, trees crowding around me as though slowly leaning inward, their branches weaving together into a dark, tangled net. I knew with a sickening certainty that if I didn't find a way out soon, I never would. I took a deep, shaky breath, forcing myself to move. The ground felt strange beneath my feet, spongy, decayed as if years of fallen leaves and debris had built up, rotting quietly beneath my shoes. Every step felt sluggish and slow, like walking through a dream, heavy and surreal. I chose a direction at random, stumbling blindly into the trees, desperate to create some distance between myself and the yellow tent. The whispers had stopped, replaced again by that oppressive silence. Each tree I passed seemed identical dark trunks covered in damp moss, roots twisting visibly from the earth, like veins beneath thin skin. As I pushed forward, time became meaningless. I wasn't sure how many minutes or hours had passed since Alex disappeared. Everything felt disconnected from reality. My breathing grew more ragged, panic building quietly beneath my skin, but I kept moving, terrified of stopping long enough to fully comprehend what had just happened. Suddenly, through a break in the trees, I saw something unexpected, a small structure, tucked away almost invisibly among dense foliage. At first I assumed it was another illusion created by exhaustion, another trick played by these strange woods, but as I drew closer, my heart quickened. It was real, a small, dilapidated cabin, weathered wooden walls covered in vines and moss, a partially collapsed porch sagging beneath years of neglect. Relief surged through me. Maybe this was my way out, a ranger's old shack, a forgotten building on the edge of civilization. Someone might have left a map, a radio, anything, something to guide me home. Carefully, I approached the cabin, my footsteps creaking loudly against the porch. The door hung slightly ajar, warped wood scraping against uneven flooring as I pushed it slowly open. Inside, it was dark and musty, the air thick with dust and decay. A single wooden table stood in the center, empty except for a rusted lantern. Against the far wall, a narrow cot sat, covered in stained, threadbare sheets. Beside it, a small shelf sagged under stacks of old, crumbling books. I moved closer, eyes adjusting slowly to the dim light filtering through grimy windows. Everything seemed untouched, preserved strangely by neglect. My gaze fell to the table again, noticing something I hadn't before: a photograph, faded and curled at the edges. I picked it up carefully, my stomach tightening sharply. It showed two hikers, smiling broadly, standing exactly in front of the cabin. Their backpacks looked heavy, their clothes dated early 1990s, perhaps, but the happiness in their eyes was clear and timeless. Flipping the photograph over, revealed a handwritten note on the back, the ink smudged, but still legible. Tom and Elise, Huron Forest, July 7th, 1991. Found this old cabin. We might stay longer than planned. Feels peaceful here. My chest tightened. Peaceful. Had they felt it too, this strange pull, this quiet force that drew people deeper, holding them silently in its grasp? I moved to the bookshelf, pulling down the nearest volume. It opened stiffly, pages brittle beneath my fingertips, a handwritten diary. Each entry described ordinary day sunshine, simple meals cooked over campfires, quiet nights beneath stars. But soon the entries shifted. July 9th. Elise says she heard someone crying last night, but we found no one. July 10th. We woke up to a tent nearby. We don't remember it being there. No one came out all day. July 12th. The crying won't stop. We can't find who's doing it. We're packing up now. Need to leave. The final entry was rushed, panicked. July 13th. We can't find the trail. It's like the woods have moved. Tom went looking for help, hasn't returned. I'm afraid now. Something is watching. My blood ran cold. The pattern repeated itself decades earlier. I closed the diary slowly, placing it back on the shelf. A sinking dread filled my stomach. The woods had been doing this for years, maybe longer, drawing people in, trapping them, holding them quietly until they disappeared completely. I stepped back outside onto the porch, breathing in deeply. The fresh air did nothing to ease my anxiety. Looking out into the endless forest, I understood suddenly, painfully. The girl, Alex, Tom, Elise, they were all part of the same quiet story, repeated over and over. An endless cycle of disappearance and waiting. but something stirred inside me then. I wouldn't become another entry, another faded photograph forgotten on a cabin table. I couldn't. I had to break the pattern. If the forest wouldn't let me leave easily, I'd fight my way out. I forced myself to move again, leaving the cabin behind. Each step felt deliberate, determined. I kept the fading daylight firmly at my back, moving steadily in what I hoped was a straight line. Every instinct begged me to turn around, to check behind me, but I resisted. Forward, only forward. After what felt like hours, the trees began to thin slightly. My heart leapt. Sunlight filtered through more freely, the oppressive darkness lifting gradually. And then, finally, impossibly, I saw it. The familiar trail we'd entered yesterday morning, stretching out clearly before me. Tears blurred my vision, relief so intense it hurt. I sprinted forward, heart pounding with newfound energy. Within minutes, the parking lot appeared, our car exactly where we'd left it. I practically fell against it, breathing heavily, overwhelmed. I fumbled with my keys, barely able to unlock the door with shaking hands. Sliding into the driver's seat, I paused briefly, staring back toward the forest. Somewhere deep inside, I knew Alex wouldn't return, not now, maybe not ever. The woods held him, quietly claiming him like so many others. But I had escaped. I had made it out. Driving away, the forest receding behind me, I swore to myself I'd never return. I wouldn't try to convince anyone what had happened. They'd never believe me. Instead, I'd quietly carry this truth, remembering Alex, remembering the girl trapped forever inside those silent trees. Weeks passed, slowly returning me to a kind of normalcy. The whispers finally ceased, the sleepless nights fading gradually. But occasionally, late at night, when the wind blows softly through open windows, I swear I hear faint crying drifting quietly from somewhere distant, lost in shadows. I close my eyes tightly, holding my breath, reminding myself I'm safe, I'm home. But deep down, I know part of me stayed behind, forever wandering quietly among those silent, watchful trees. It was late afternoon when I pulled into the gas station, the kind of dusty, single-pump place you'd see in the background of a thriller movie and think, don't stop there. But my tank was almost on E, and the next exit wasn't for another 40 miles. I was already running on fumes and pushing my luck. The building itself was squat, whitewashed, and faded, half its letters missing from the old signage above the door. There was a red neon open sign in the window, barely flickering to life in the dying daylight. I parked by the only pump, killed the engine, and checked the mirror. Nothing but a flat 2-lane highway behind me, empty fields and trees ahead, not another soul in sight. I grabbed my wallet, stepped out, and the heat hit me like a punch. Dry, still, and heavy. The kind of air that makes your skin feel sticky the moment you're out in it. There was no card reader on the pump, so I walked inside. The bell above the door gave a weak jingle, and he was already standing there behind the counter like he'd been waiting. He was older than I expected, late 50s, maybe early 60s, greasy gray hair tied back into a stubby ponytail, yellowed eyes that tracked every inch of me the second I stepped in. "Afternoon," he said, voice slow and low. "Hey," I replied, keeping it neutral. "Need to fill up." Pump one." He didn't move to activate anything, just looked at me a little too long before nodding. "Where you headed?" I smiled politely. "Just passing through." His eyes lingered. "Long drive. You going alone?" My gut clenched, but I didn't show it. "No," I said quickly. "My husband's in the car." He raised his eyebrows a little, like I'd surprised him. "That right?" he said. "Didn't see him. Must be the tinted windows." I didn't respond. Instead, I stepped back toward the door. "You want a bottle of water for the road?" he asked suddenly. "Hot day. You look like you've been driving a while." "I'm good, thanks." He reached under the counter, pulled out a small plastic bottle, and set it down. "Free," he said, smiling wider. "On the house." I stared at it, then looked back at him. There was something in that smile, too much teeth, too much intention, the kind of smile that makes your skin itch. "No thanks," I said again. I turned and walked out, feeling his eyes on my back the whole way. As soon as I got in the car, I hit the lock button. The engine fired up, the AC roaring to life. I adjusted the mirror, about to pull out, when something in the rear view caught my attention. The man. He was outside now, walking around the back of the building with his phone pressed to his ear. I watched him stop, glance toward my car, and then quickly turn away. A spike of ice shot through my spine. I backed out and hit the road. The sun was lower now, shadows stretching long across the asphalt as I sped west. No traffic, no signs, just miles of nothing, the occasional rusted mailbox at the edge of a dirt driveway. I kept checking my mirrors, nothing behind me but dust. I told myself I was overreacting. I'd watched too many horror movies. He was probably just being weird, small-town weird, the kind of too friendly that gets filtered through awkwardness and poor social skills. But I couldn't shake the look he gave me, the way his tone shifted when I said I wasn't alone, like he'd already decided I was lying. After 20 minutes of quiet driving, I let out a shaky breath and turned up the radio, trying to distract myself. And that's when I saw the headlights in the mirror. A truck. Big, boxy, pickup style. I leaned forward slightly, watching as it gained on me slowly, but deliberately. It wasn't the same car from the station. That guy hadn't been driving a truck. But something about it made the hair on my arms stand up. It didn't pass me, just hovered a little too close, far too steady. I checked for plates. There weren't any. No front plate, no rear plate. My stomach dropped. I tapped the brakes lightly, just enough to signal. The truck didn't back off. I changed lanes. So did it. I slowed. It slowed. I sped up. It followed. I gripped the wheel tighter. No towns nearby, no rest stops, just this stretch of highway, growing darker by the second. I pulled out my phone, heart pounding, and checked for service. 1 bar, maybe 2, then nothing. No signal. My hands started to sweat. I turned the volume on the radio down and tried to breathe, eyes flicking from the road to the mirror to the road again. Still behind me. I turned off onto a narrow service road, gravel crunching beneath my tires, dust clouding the mirror. The truck didn't follow. For a second, I thought I'd lost it. But then, just as I reached a bend in the trees, I caught the glint of headlights turning in. It was back. Slower now, like it didn't care about keeping up, like it knew there was nowhere else for me to go. I reached into the glove box, fumbling through receipts and napkins, until I found the pepper spray I'd bought months ago and never used. I held it in one hand while steering with the other. This was real. This was happening. I had no idea who was driving that truck, but I knew it wasn't random. I hadn't seen another car for over an hour. The man at the gas station had made a call. I knew it in my bones. He hadn't followed me, he'd sent someone. My phone buzzed. For half a second, I thought maybe I'd gotten service back. But it wasn't a call. It was a text. From an unknown number. You shouldn't have lied. I almost dropped the phone. I looked in the mirror again. The truck's headlights flashed once, then went dark. Still there. Still following. But now in the dark. No lights, no sound. Just the outline of a shape moving behind me. I pressed the gas. The gravel road turned narrow, tighter, lined by woods on both sides. No more signs. No more exits. Just me. And him. The trees closed in on either side like ribs. My high beams cut through the darkness, barely illuminating the road ahead, which had gone from gravel to dirt. My knuckles were white on the wheel, the pepper spray clenched in my other hand, shaking just enough that I had to rest it on my leg to steady it. The truck behind me wasn't using its lights anymore. I only knew it was there because I could see faint movement in the shadows, the slight sway of branches from displaced air. No engine noise, no headlights. Just the presence of something massive creeping through the woods behind me, using the dark like it belonged to it. The phone sat in the passenger seat. I kept glancing at it, hoping for a flicker of signal, anything. But it was blank, useless. The text still glared on the screen. You shouldn't have lied. I tried to think through the options. If I kept driving, I'd eventually have to stop. The road couldn't go on forever. If I turned off and tried to hide, I'd be easy to box in. I needed a town, a house, a person. But this wasn't the kind of area where you stumbled on someone's front porch. This was the kind of place where people had no trespassing signs and pit bulls. This was the kind of place where you disappeared, and no one asked too many questions. Another bend in the road, then another. Still behind me. Still no headlights. Then movement. Off to the right, a shape darting between trees, fast, low to the ground. A second person? I nearly veered off the path, jerking the wheel to avoid something that might have been nothing at all. My tires hit a patch of soft dirt and skidded before regaining grip. I hit the gas harder. Branches scraped the roof. The undercarriage rattled. Every bump in the road sounded like bones snapping under the tires. My brain was running in loops. Why me? Was this a thing? Something organized? A network? Did they wait at those back road stations looking for people like me alone, tired, just enough out of their comfort zone not to fight back? I thought about the man behind the counter, the way he smiled too long, the way he didn't even blink when I said my husband was in the car, like he was testing me. I failed the test. Now someone else was driving behind me, sent by him or working with him, and they wanted something. What? I couldn't guess, but nothing good. Then, ahead, something new. Lights. Not headlights, floodlights. 2 of them, faint through the trees. I blinked, trying to make sense of them. A structure, a house? I kept driving, steering toward the light, desperate now. The road curved hard left and opened into a small clearing. A trailer sat at the center. Old, beat up, covered in rust and shadow. The floodlights were mounted high on poles, aimed down at the clearing like they were set up to deter animals or people. I slowed to a crawl, unsure if I was walking into safety or something worse. There was a truck in the drive. An old one. Not the one following me. My car coasted to a stop. I looked in the mirror. Nothing. For the first time in nearly 30 minutes, I didn't see the shadow of the truck behind me. Had it stopped? I rolled the window down slightly, listening. Crickets, wind, my own breathing. And then the screen door of the trailer creaked open. A man stepped out, mid-40s, beard, work boots, holding a beer in one hand, phone in the other. He stared at me. I hesitated, then opened my door, leaving the engine running. "Hey," I called out, trying to sound normal. "Sorry to bother you. I think someone's following me." He didn't respond. He took a long sip of his beer, eyes never leaving me. I stepped closer. "Did you see a truck come through here?" "Nothing." I took another step. He finally spoke. "What color?" My stomach twisted. He knew. He knew. Dark green, no plates. He scratched his beard, glanced back into the trailer. Then casually he said, "Didn't see one." He said it too smoothly, too practiced, like someone reciting a line. I backed away. "Sorry," I mumbled. "I'll keep moving." He didn't stop me. Didn't ask if I needed help. Didn't offer a phone, or directions, or even pretend to care. He just turned and went back inside. I got back in my car and reversed out of the clearing, nearly hitting a tree in my hurry. Back onto the dirt road. No more lights, no more houses, no more people. I drove. Fast. Every noise outside the car made my chest tighten. Every shadow was a person. Every tree was a silhouette. Then another buzz from the phone. Another text. "Don't trust the house." I stared at it in disbelief. Then my headlights hit something ahead. A second car, parked sideways across the road, blocking the path. My heart dropped. No one inside. I slowed to a stop, 10 feet from the vehicle. Just long enough to see the outline of movement in the trees again. Left side this time. Then the right. Then directly in front of me, emerging from the shadows. A figure. Not the man from the gas station. Not the man from the trailer. Someone else entirely. Wearing a hoodie, hands in his pockets. Standing perfectly still. And smiling. I shifted into reverse and hit the gas, heart slamming against my ribs. I didn't care where I ended up. I just needed to get away. My tires skidded across the dirt as I threw the car into reverse, gravel spraying out behind me like a warning. The man in the hoodie didn't flinch. He just stood there in the road, blocking my path forward, smiling like he already knew I wasn't getting away. The further I backed up, the narrower the road felt. The trees seemed to push closer, their gnarled limbs clawing at the side mirrors, tapping the roof like fingers trying to find a way in. I hit a bend too fast and nearly fishtailed, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. There was no way I was staying anywhere near that blocked road. Not with a stranger waiting and those half-seen figures in the trees. I drove backward until I found a clearing wide enough to turn around without ending up in a ditch. Once I had the car facing the other direction, I floored it. I didn't care if I blew a tire or cracked the undercarriage. I just needed distance. The sky was dark now, moonless. My headlights were the only thing lighting the way, bouncing erratically with every rut and dip in the road. At some point, I realized I was crying. Not sobbing, just this steady stream of tears running down my face, cold and silent. My hands ached from gripping the wheel so tightly. My lower back was screaming from the tension. I glanced at my phone again. Still no service. But the screen was on, lit up with the last text. Don't trust the house. What house? The trailer? Or was there something else ahead they didn't want me to find? That phrase spun around in my head, mixing with the memory of the man behind the gas station counter and the one outside the trailer, too calm, too blank, like none of this was new to them. I drove until the road smoothed out again. Gravel turned to cracked pavement, a small relief. Then, finally, I saw a sign. Millersville, 8 miles. Civilization, maybe. But after everything that had happened, even the idea of another town made my skin crawl. Who was to say they weren't in on it too? Still, I had no other choice. I kept driving, slowing only when I spotted another car ahead, this one parked on the side of the road, half hidden in the trees. I tensed up, easing off the gas. But no one was inside. It looked abandoned, dusty, like it had been there a while. Still, I didn't stop. Not until I reached the outskirts of Millersville. The first thing I saw was a small diner, its neon sign flickering, one of the letters burnt out. There was a payphone out front, the kind I hadn't seen in years. I pulled in, parked close to the building, and scanned the lot. 3 other cars, all empty. I didn't go inside. Not yet. Instead, I walked straight to the payphone, digging in my glove box for coins like it was 1,995. I called my sister. It rang once, twice. Then, hello? Her voice almost cracked me. Jules, I said, nearly whispering. It's me. Where the hell are you? I've been texting you all night. I don't have service. I looked around. I don't know. Somewhere near Millersville, I think. Something weird happened. Weird how? I hesitated. I think someone's been following me. Silence. Like actually following? Or... Jules, I'm serious. I stopped for gas. The guy was off. He called someone. And then this truck with no plates started tailing me for miles. There were people in the woods. A car blocking the road. I think I almost walked into something bad. Her voice went tight. Where are you now? A diner. I'm gonna go inside and ask if I can use their phone to call the police. Just stay on the line. I'm pulling up your location now. Stay put. I hung up the payphone and walked inside the diner. The bell jingled, and a blast of warm air hit me, greasy and thick with the smell of fried food. A few people were seated at booths, none of them paying much attention. The waitress behind the counter looked up. "Evening," she said. "Help you?" I nodded, trying to steady my voice. "Is there a landline I can use? I need to call the police." Her expression didn't change. Not surprise, not concern, just still. "We don't give out our phone, hon." I blinked. "It's an emergency. Someone was following me." "You're safe now," she said, her voice flat. "You can sit, get a bite. It's all quiet out here." "No," I said, backing toward the door. "I just need to make a call." Behind me, the door opened. I turned. A man stepped in. Not the gas station guy, not hoodie man, but his face was familiar. It took a second, then it hit me. He was in one of the pictures on the wall, a framed photo near the entrance locals, posing out front of the diner, smiling. I'd seen him just seconds earlier, standing in the photo. Now here he was, wearing the same shirt. He smiled at me. "Long night?" he asked. I didn't respond. The waitress glanced at him, then at me. Something passed between them, an understanding I wasn't part of. I stepped outside, letting the door swing shut behind me. My heart pounded. I ran to my car, jumped in, and locked the doors. The lights inside the diner flickered once. Then again. I checked my phone. Still no service. No texts, no calls. Just a new notification from a number with no name. "They already know you're here." I didn't scream. I couldn't. All I could do was start the engine, hands shaking so badly I could barely keep them on the wheel. And then, slowly, I backed out of the lot and drove back into the dark. I drove fast. Not reckless fast, just that kind of steady speed that keeps your mind from unraveling. My high beams stayed on, bouncing off trees and road signs as I put more distance between me and that diner. My eyes kept going to the rearview mirror, waiting for headlights, waiting for someone to step out from the trees. But the road stayed empty. Just the hum of tires on pavement and the soft rattle of something loose in my glove box. My hands were raw from how tight I'd been gripping the wheel all night. Every muscle in my back ached. My head throbbed behind my eyes like my body was screaming for sleep, but my mind refused to shut down. The text stayed open on my phone. They already know you're here. I didn't know what that meant, not really. But every person I'd seen since leaving the gas station, the man behind the counter, the guy at the trailer, the man in the hoodie, the people at the diner, they all felt connected. And now it felt like Millersville wasn't just a stop on the map. It was part of something bigger, something I'd accidentally walked into. I thought back to the gas station again, how the man had smiled too wide, how he'd insisted I take the water. He'd tried to slow me down, tried to keep me there. Why? What would have happened if I'd stayed even 5 minutes longer? I passed a faded sign for another county and noticed my gas was low again. A quarter tank, maybe a little less. I hadn't seen another station in miles. I didn't want to stop again, but I couldn't risk breaking down in the middle of nowhere either. 10 more minutes passed before I spotted a sign, gas, 2 miles. I hesitated, then took the exit. The road dipped, leading into a denser patch of woods, darker than before. The trees here leaned closer to the road, casting long shadows that looked like figures standing still. Then I saw the station. Small, old, lit by a single overhead bulb flickering like it was on its last breath. But it was open. The neon sign buzzed in the window, the only color in a world gone gray. I pulled in slowly, scanning the lot. One car parked on the side, no one inside. The building itself was quiet, no movement behind the glass. I hesitated, then grabbed my wallet, leaving my phone on the seat. I wasn't going far. As soon as I stepped out, the night air hit me cool, sharp, like the first time I'd really felt the weather since this all began. I approached the pump. Card reader broken. Of course. I headed for the door, mentally rehearsing what I'd say. Keep it short, pay for gas, don't talk too much, trust no one. I pushed the door open, and the bell jingled. Behind the counter was a woman in her 40s, dark hair pulled back, heavy makeup. She looked up and gave me a small, tired smile. "Evening," she said. "Hi, just $10 on pump 1. She nodded, didn't ask any questions, took my card, ran it. I watched her closely. No weird smile. No lingering eye contact. No questions about whether I was alone. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. "Bathroom's out back if you need it," she said, pointing toward the side door. "I'm good. Just needed the gas." She handed back my card. "Be safe out there." For once, it sounded like she meant it. I nodded and turned to leave. I made it halfway to the pump before I saw the man. He was standing across the road, just at the edge of the tree line, still watching. Same hoodie, same outline, same person from earlier. He hadn't followed me in a car. He'd walked. Or maybe he'd been there the whole time. I turned back toward the station, ready to run, to shout, to warn the woman. But when I looked through the window, she was gone. Not behind the counter. Not anywhere. I stood frozen, staring. Then, slowly, the lights inside the station began to dim. Not off. Just down. Like someone was turning a dial. And then the neon sign went dark. I backed up, got in the car, locked the doors. The man across the road hadn't moved. I turned the key. Engine roared to life. I didn't even bother finishing the fill-up. I threw it into gear and peeled out, tires screaming against the pavement. I checked the mirror once I got back to the main road. The man was gone. Back on the highway, the dread settled deeper into my gut. There was no escaping this. No matter where I turned, someone was waiting, watching. Every stop felt coordinated. Every face part of something I didn't understand. The people weren't working together in a traditional sense, no matching clothes, no visible signals. But they knew. Each one of them knew I wasn't supposed to be there, knew I was alone, knew how scared I was. And they enjoyed it. That was the worst part. They enjoyed it. Around 3 a.m., I finally saw another sign of life. A motel. Old, run down, but lit. Vacancy, the sign said in flickering red. I didn't want to stop, but I couldn't keep driving forever. I needed time to think, to breathe, to figure out how the hell to get out of this maze. I pulled in, shut off the engine, and just sat there for a minute, listening. Nothing but the wind. I grabbed my phone. Still no signal. But a new message had arrived anyway. Room 6, leave your key in the door. My mouth went dry. I checked the battery, 10% left. I looked at the motel office. The door was open. Inside, a man stood behind the counter, smiling. Same smile. Too wide. Too still. Like he'd been expecting me. I didn't get out of the car right away. I sat there with the engine idling, watching the office through the windshield, my heart hammering against my ribs like it was trying to get out. The man behind the counter hadn't moved. He was just standing there, staring at the front door, not at me, not even out the window, but like he already knew I was watching him. I looked down at the message again. Room 6, leave your key in the door. No number, no sender. The phone still said no service. There was no reason I should have gotten that text, unless whoever sent it didn't need a network, unless they were already inside it. I looked back up at the man in the office. He was gone. I blinked and leaned forward, scanning the front window, but the counter was empty. I locked the doors again and killed the headlights. The motel was dark enough now that I felt exposed even sitting inside the car. The sign still buzzed above me, casting everything in red. I thought about turning around and driving away. I still could. The tank wasn't full, but it'd get me at least another 50 miles. That had to be far enough to get out of whatever trap I'd driven into, right? But something kept me parked. Maybe it was exhaustion. Maybe it was a need to understand what was really happening. I felt like I'd stepped into a script that everyone else had read but me. Everyone I'd met, the guy at the gas station, the waitress, the man in the hoodie, they all played their parts without blinking. And I was the outsider who didn't know the ending. That kind of fear gets inside you, makes you freeze, even when you know you should run. Finally, I turned off the ignition and got out. The gravel crunched beneath my shoes. Every step toward the motel office sounded louder than it should have, like the world was holding its breath. The office door creaked open with barely a push. No one inside. The air smelled faintly of mildew and old cigarettes. There was a lamp on the counter and a bell. The register was one of those old-school flip number types, dust-covered, barely functioning. A room key sat on the desk. Plastic fob, number 6, printed in faded black letters. I didn't want to touch it. I did anyway. When I picked it up, a piece of paper slid out from underneath it, small, yellowed, folded twice. It said, in neat block letters, "One night, that's all you get." That was it. No signature. No date. Just that sentence. I didn't want the room. I didn't want to stay. But something told me that if I left now without taking the key, without playing along the thing chasing me, wouldn't stop. Maybe it wouldn't stop even if I did. But at least if I stayed, maybe I'd learn something. Maybe I'd figure out what the hell this was. I walked out into the night again and found room 6 halfway down the strip. A single light flickered above the door. The curtains were drawn. The door was closed. I slid the key into the lock, and for a second, my hand hesitated. Then I turned it. The door opened. The room was normal. Ugly, sure. Pale yellow walls, mismatched furniture, carpet that looked like it hadn't been vacuumed since the 90s. But normal. And empty. No one inside. No sign of life. The bed was made. A single lamp glowed beside it. The bathroom door was slightly ajar. I stepped in, closed the door behind me, and locked it. I set the key on the nightstand and sat on the edge of the bed. I didn't take off my shoes. Didn't move much at all, actually. Just sat there and stared at the wall for what felt like hours. At some point, I must have dozed off. But I woke up to the sound of a knock. 3 sharp raps on the door. I sat bolt upright, adrenaline snapping me awake. I checked the time. 3:14 a.m. Of course it was. The knock came again. Then silence. I didn't move, didn't speak. Whoever was out there didn't knock again. Instead, I heard the soft tap, tap, tap of footsteps moving past my window. Slow. Deliberate. Then nothing. I waited 10 minutes before I got up. I opened the bathroom door first. Empty. Then I approached the window. I pulled the curtain back slowly, just an inch, and peered out. The parking lot was empty. No other cars. No sign of anyone walking. But on the hood of my car, in the condensation that had formed in the night, there was something written. Almost done. I stepped back and let the curtain fall shut. I didn't sleep again. Morning came too slowly. By the time the sky began to lighten, I was packed and standing by the door with my keys in one hand and the pepper spray in the other. I opened the door just as the motel office lights flicked on. The man from the night before, the one I'd seen behind the counter, was walking out with a cup of coffee. He looked at me, nodded once, and kept walking. Didn't speak. Didn't ask how I slept. Just walked across the lot and disappeared around the side of the building. I got in my car, started it, and for the first time since this whole nightmare began, I saw a single bar of signal appear on my phone. It lasted maybe 5 seconds, just long enough for one more message to come through. You'll forget all of this by tomorrow, but we won't. Then the signal disappeared again, and I drove away from room 6, praying the road ahead didn't lead me back to where I started. The highway stretched out ahead of me, empty and pale in the morning light. It looked peaceful, almost innocent, like it hadn't just swallowed me whole the night before. I kept driving. No music, no radio, just the hum of tires on asphalt and the occasional rattle from the loose panel near the glove box. I didn't stop. Not when I passed a diner, not when I passed a gas station, not even when the needle hovered close to empty again. I didn't trust any of it anymore. And I don't know how long I drove, maybe hours, maybe all day. I just kept going until the landscape began to change. The trees got taller, the air clearer. Fewer dead patches of road and more signs of life. I passed a sign that made me start to believe I might be okay. State line 3 miles. Crossing out of wherever I'd been felt like some sort of checkpoint in my head. Like the further I got from that motel, from Millersville, from the gas station and the man in the hoodie, the more I'd return to myself. But there was something else, something I hadn't expected. I couldn't remember the route I'd taken. Not exactly. When I tried to retrace it, to piece it together logically, it didn't add up. Roads that weren't on maps. Turns I never meant to make. The gas station. It wasn't listed anywhere I could find, not even in satellite view. Millersville? Too many results across different states. None of them looked familiar. Even the motel was a blank. I pulled into a bigger town sometime just after noon. It had a police station, a couple of fast food chains, even a grocery store with a parking lot full of cars. For the first time in over 24 hours, I felt like I wasn't alone in the worst possible way. I parked in front of the police station and walked in. No dramatics, no shouting. I just asked to speak to someone. The officer they sent out was a woman in her early 40s. She offered me coffee. I said yes, even though my hands were shaking too badly to hold the cup. "Take your time," she said, sliding a notepad across the table. "Just start from the beginning." So I told her. Everything. The gas station, the man, the truck with no plates, the people who always seemed to know where I'd be, the messages, the diner, the trailer, the motel. Room 6. I didn't leave anything out. She wrote things down, not everything, just enough. When I was finished, she nodded slowly and set her pen down. "Do you still have your phone?" she asked. I handed it over. She looked through it, saw the texts, the no service screen. She asked if I'd downloaded any new apps recently. I hadn't. Then she asked if she could take it in the back for a minute. I said sure. 15 minutes later, she came back and set the phone in front of me. "There's nothing there." I blinked. "What do you mean?" "No messages, no call logs, no location data. Nothing from the last 48 hours, like it was wiped. I felt my breath catch in my throat. I didn't delete anything. I believe you. She wasn't patronizing. She sounded like she meant it, but the way she said it like this wasn't the first time someone had come in with a story like mine that unsettled me even more. Then she said something I'll never forget. You'd be surprised how many people come through here with pieces of the same story, different details, same bones. Woman traveling alone, weird gas station, people watching from nowhere. A motel that doesn't show up on maps. They always end up here, or somewhere like here. I stared at her. You're saying this happens a lot? She hesitated. I'm saying it's not unheard of. I swallowed hard. So what is it? She sighed, leaned back in her chair. Could be people, some weird ring of folks who like to mess with travelers. Could be something stranger. I don't pretend to know. But I do know this: everyone who makes it out, like you did, ends up changed. Not all of them physically, but they remember, even if no one else does. I didn't know what to say. I asked her what I was supposed to do now. She shrugged. Go home. Let your people know you're okay. Get some sleep. And if you ever get another message, don't answer it. That night, I checked into a normal hotel, one with security cameras and a lobby full of tired families and businessmen eating vending machine snacks. I slept with the lights on. When I got back home 2 days later, everything looked the same. But I didn't feel the same. I checked my doors 3 times before bed. I stopped going for long drives alone. I traded my car, and a month later, even though nothing was wrong with it, just didn't like the memories attached. I told my sister everything. She believed me, or at least pretended to. She's good like that. Eventually, I went back to work. I tried to move on. And mostly, I did. But every so often I'd be walking through the grocery store or pumping gas or sitting in traffic, and I'd feel it. That same pressure. Like eyes on the back of my neck. Like someone was keeping track of me. Making sure I didn't talk too much. Or ask too many questions. I started writing it all down, every detail I could remember, in case it ever happened again, in case someone else needed to know they weren't losing their mind. I never heard from them again. Not directly. But one night, maybe 6 months later, I was cleaning out an old backpack I hadn't used since the trip, and I found something wedged deep in the bottom pocket. A key. Plastic fob. Room 6. No note. No explanation. Just the key. I didn't scream. Didn't panic. I just held it in my hand for a long time, then walked to the trash can and dropped it in. Because I wasn't going back. Not ever. Whatever game they were playing, whatever system they used to find people like me, I was done. I'd made it out, and that was enough. Let someone else take the room next time. I've been driving for rideshare apps off and on for a couple of years, nights mostly. It fits my schedule, and frankly, people are quieter after midnight. Less small talk, more silence. I liked that. The quiet, the dark. It helped me think. That night started like any other. A few airport runs, some drunk college kids who wanted to stop for fast food, a guy in a suit who didn't say a word but left $100 tip. Routine. I'd just dropped someone off on the edge of the city, near the industrial park, those wide roads that look like they go on forever, half lit and echoey, even when your engine's idling. I remember thinking it was later than usual, around 2:30 a.m., maybe closer to 3. I pulled over near a small gravel pullout to stretch my legs, check my phone, maybe call it for the night. That's when I got the ping. The screen lit up with a single word, pick up. No name, no photo, no rating, just a location, a nearby side road that led into the hills. Weird, but not impossible. The app glitches sometimes. I figured it was a one-off. Maybe a tourist who couldn't get a signal. Maybe a dead zone threw off the map. But the thing was, it didn't ask me to accept the ride. No green button, no confirmation. It was just there. Already marked, in progress. I should have driven off. I should have closed the app and gone home. But something about it held me. That little pin blinking slowly on the map like it was waiting for me. I sat there for a solid minute, staring at the screen. Then, before I really made a conscious choice, I shifted into drive and headed toward it. The pickup point wasn't far, just a quarter-mile down a winding road, no streetlights, trees lining both sides, heavy and still. I turned the music off without really thinking about it. Just wanted to hear the world around me. There was a figure standing at the side of the road when I pulled up. A man, tall, pale, wearing a dark coat that looked too thin for the cold. He didn't have any luggage or a phone out, just stood there with his hands in his pockets, staring straight ahead like he'd been waiting for something more than just a ride. I leaned over and cracked the window. You, call a ride?" He didn't look at me, just nodded once, slowly, and walked around to the back door, got in without a word. I glanced in the rear view. He buckled his seatbelt carefully, almost mechanically, and stared out the front windshield. Never met my eyes. I cleared my throat. "All right, where to?" "East," he said. His voice was low, even and dry. "Keep going. I'll tell you when to stop." I hesitated. "You got an address?" "Just drive." Now, I've had some weird passengers before. One guy who insisted I take only left turns. A woman who cried silently the entire ride and tipped me in foreign coins. But this guy, there was something different. It wasn't the way he talked or didn't talk. It was the weight of him, like he pulled the air down around him, like the car had gotten colder when he got in. Still, I pulled away. We drove in silence for a while, 15 minutes, maybe 20. The city fell behind us. The road narrowed. No signs, no traffic, just 2 yellow lines leading us through the dark. I started to feel wrong. Not scared exactly, just off, like I wasn't supposed to be here. Finally, I tried to break the silence. "So, you visiting from out of town?" "Nothing. Been a quiet night," I said. "You're probably my last ride." He didn't even blink, just kept staring forward, both hands clenched tightly on his seatbelt, white-knuckled, like he was bracing for impact. I glanced at him again through the mirror. "You okay, man?" That's when he spoke, quiet, measured, but firm. "Keep going, even if it feels wrong." The words landed like a weight in my chest. What does that mean? Silence. I gripped the wheel tighter. The road was winding now, climbing steadily uphill. Trees pressed in on both sides. No houses, no lights. Just that long stretch of two-lane blacktop, disappearing into dark woods. I checked my phone. No signal, no map. The app had closed itself out. "All right, look," I said, slowing down a bit. "I need a destination. I can't just keep driving into the middle of nowhere. I'm gonna pull over unless you tell me where we're going." He didn't move, didn't speak, just kept staring straight ahead. That's when I looked in the mirror again. He wasn't breathing. I don't mean he was holding his breath or anything. I mean he wasn't moving at all. No rise and fall in his chest, no shifting in his seat, just stillness, dead stillness. "Hey," I said, my voice sharper now. "I'm serious. This isn't funny." Still nothing. I pulled the car over onto the dirt shoulder and threw it in park, turned around fully in my seat. "Listen, man, I don't know what this is." But the back seat was empty. My mouth went dry. My heart was pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears. I blinked, looked again. Nothing. The seatbelt was still buckled. I threw the door open and stumbled out of the car, my shoes crunching on gravel. I opened the rear door. No one. The seat was warm. And there, on the floor, was a single thing I hadn't noticed before. A small, cracked phone. No case, no lock screen, just a dead screen. I picked it up, hands shaking, pressed the power button. Nothing. I stood there for a long moment, in the cold, under a sky full of stars I hadn't even realized were there. And from somewhere deeper in the woods, I thought I heard footsteps. But they were walking away. Not toward me. I didn't get back in the car right away. I just stood there, holding that old phone, trying to convince myself that maybe I'd just been tired, that the man had gotten out quietly, that I'd imagined his voice, that I'd misunderstood the whole thing. But that wasn't true. Because I remember what he said. "Keep going, even if it feels wrong." And I'd never said a word about it. Not until now. I got back in the car after maybe 10 minutes of standing there. Could have been longer. Could have been less. Time had started to feel a little stretchy out there, like the woods had their own clock and I wasn't on it. I was still holding the dead phone in my hand. I didn't know why I'd taken it with me. Maybe because I didn't want to leave it behind. Maybe because part of me thought it would light up and explain everything. It didn't. I started the engine, half expecting it not to turn over, but it purred to life like it always did, normal, familiar. The heater clicked on, blowing stale, warm air into my face. I stared at my reflection in the rearview mirror for a few seconds. My eyes looked strange, hollow. I looked like I hadn't slept in days. I took a deep breath and pulled back onto the road, heading toward the city. I didn't look in the back seat. Couldn't. It was like a rule I didn't know I'd agreed to. The drive back was silent, too silent. No bugs, no owls, no trees rustling like they should have been. Even the tires seemed quieter than normal. I kept glancing at the dash clock every few minutes. But it was stuck, said it was 2:39 a.m. the whole way back, even though I knew I'd been gone longer than that. Eventually I made it back into cell range, and my phone buzzed violently in my pocket like it had been holding its breath. Notifications poured in: texts, app updates, a voicemail from my brother asking if I was still coming over the next day. I opened the rideshare app first. No record of the trip. No fare, no pickup history, no in-progress ride. My last logged trip had been the airport drop-off 2 hours before I'd met him, nothing in between. I sat at a red light near the edge of town, blinking at the screen. I hadn't imagined it. The warmth of the back seat, the words he spoke, the sound of his voice, they were all still with me, heavy and clear. I tried the GPS history. Nothing. No route saved, just the line from my last legitimate fare. No winding road, no pin. I turned the cracked phone over in my hand again. It had no branding, no SIM card slot, just a faint indentation on the back like it had been jammed into something hard. I tried pressing the power button again. Still nothing. I opened the glove box and tossed it in, slammed it shut harder than I meant to. I didn't tell anyone about what happened, not right away. What would I even say? That I'd picked up a passenger who vanished in thin air. That I'd followed a ghost into the woods because my app glitched. That his last words made my chest feel like it was being crushed. I drove home and sat in the driveway until the sun came up. Then I went inside and showered with the door open. That should have been the end of it, but it wasn't. The next day, I found muddy footprints on my welcome mat, not mine, too small, too narrow. I'd cleaned the place the day before. They hadn't been there then. They led right up to the door and stopped, no matching prints leading away, just a single trail in and nothing else. That night, my hallway light turned on by itself around 2 a.m. I heard the click from my bedroom. I live alone. I keep the hallway switch taped because it used to flicker and drive me nuts. It didn't flicker this time. Just glowed solid. A few nights later, I was driving again. I'd taken a break from rideshare, but figured I needed to push past it, get back to normal. It was late, and I was doing a loop around the city when I got a ping. This time it came through the right way: name, pickup location, destination. I checked the name. Noah. The same name from the cracked phone's lock screen. I hadn't told anyone about it. I hadn't even opened the glove box since. I let the request expire without accepting. My heart was racing. It was probably coincidence. There are thousands of Noahs, but I couldn't bring myself to take the risk. The next day, I opened the glove box and pulled out the phone again. Still dead, still cracked. But this time, when I tilted it toward the light, I saw something I hadn't before. Faint. Like it had been written in dust or grease on the screen's edge. Finish the job. I dropped it like it burned. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. My apartment was quiet, but too quiet, like everything was waiting. At exactly 2:39 a.m., my bedroom light turned on. Not flickered. Turned on. There was no click, no sound, just light. I sat up slowly, chest pounding. The hallway was dark, the door was open. I hadn't left it open. and for a second, just a second, I swear I saw someone standing at the end of the hall. Tall, still, watching. Then the light went off. I didn't get out of bed. The next morning I opened my rideshare app and deleted it. But it reinstalled itself that night. I don't know how. I didn't touch it. It came back with a single notification. You still have one ride left. I haven't driven since. But I keep seeing him. Not just at night, during the day too. Reflected in windows, in the shadows behind parked cars, standing at bus stops, looking the wrong direction, not moving, just waiting. I tried talking to a friend about it, told him about the strange ride, left out the supernatural parts. He laughed it off, said I needed sleep. That night, he called me. Said he'd gotten a ride request. No name, no destination. Just a pickup point in the woods outside the city. He didn't take it. But when he got home, there was a single word written in dust on his windshield. Go. It's spreading. And I think I know why. That man Noah, whatever he wasn't just a passenger. He was something else. And now he's looking for someone new. I've always thought I was a pretty logical person, like not the type to fall into ghost stories or superstition. I'm the kind of guy who triple checks facts before believing anything, especially the weird stuff. So trust me when I say if I could write this off as a dream, or stress, or sleep deprivation, I would. I've tried, believe me. But every time I start to convince myself I imagined it, something else happens. Something small, something subtle, but just real enough to snap me back into it. I didn't even tell my friend Jason the full story at first. I just said I'd had a weird ride one night, and the guy creeped me out. Told him the guy had no destination and said something unsettling. Jason just laughed it off, like I expected. Said maybe the dude was on something. And yeah, to be fair, I've had people get in my car higher than a kite before. Happens. But this wasn't that. I thought about telling him more. About the app glitch, the man disappearing, the cracked phone. But the minute I imagined the words coming out of my mouth, I could already hear the reply, "Dude, you need to sleep." And maybe I did, still do. But then Jason called me. That was 3 nights ago. His voice was different on the phone, quieter. He didn't make a joke, which for him is like a cat not hissing. Something had to be seriously off. He told me he got a ride request late at night, just like I had. No name, no destination, just a blinking pickup pin. And it wasn't even on the map, it was in that weird gray no man's land, where the roads kind of blur and the app stutters. He didn't take it. He said the second he saw it, his stomach dropped. Felt like the air got thicker, he said, like something was watching through the screen. And that would have been bad enough. But then he got home and found one word scrawled into the grime on his windshield. Go. Not something you can laugh off. He was freaked. I could hear it in his voice. I asked if he still had the message, and he said no. He wiped it off right away. I get that. I would have too. That's when I told him everything. Not just the creepy ride, but the missing record, the empty back seat, the cold silence. The same line the guy whispered, "Keep going, even if it feels wrong." I told him about the cracked phone I still had stashed in my glove box, and how it never turned on, but had that faint scrawl on the glass. "Finish the job." And Jason went dead silent for like 30 seconds. Then he just said, "Man, I think you passed it on." I didn't have a response for that. I spent the next day doing what I always do. When something doesn't make sense, I Googled it. I started looking into similar stories. I dug through forums, Reddit threads, even creepypasta sites I normally roll my eyes at. I didn't care. I just wanted to find someone who'd experienced something even remotely like what I did. And I found a few scattered comments, buried deep under unrelated posts, people talking about ghost fares, passengers vanishing mid-trip, GPS routes leading nowhere, clocks freezing at weird times. One post stuck out. A guy from New Mexico, username long deleted, wrote that he'd been driving late one night when he got a ride request that came through already marked "in progress." He picked up a man who said, "It's not about the destination. Just keep going." The man never made eye contact, never spoke again. That driver said he made it 30 miles outside the city before realizing he wasn't following any road he recognized. Then his app crashed. And when he looked in the back seat, the man was gone. Just like me. He ended the post with, "Now it's my turn to find someone else, because that's how it works. I didn't finish the job, so it's not over." And yeah, I know how it sounds, like a chain letter or some urban legend. A dumb story meant to get a rise out of people, but it didn't feel like that. The way it was written, the tone, the pacing, it didn't read like fiction. It felt like someone unraveling, someone real. Someone like me. I couldn't stop thinking about the phrase, "finish the job." What does that even mean? Is it literal, metaphorical? Am I supposed to do something or not do something? The not knowing is the worst part. That night, I went out to my car again, just to sit, just to, I don't know, feel connected to what happened, I guess. I didn't turn on the engine. Just sat in the driver's seat, staring at the dashboard, like it might blink to life and explain things. I was there for maybe 10 minutes when the smell hit me. It wasn't strong, not at first, just a faint scent in the air, like dirt, wet, earthy dirt, the kind that smells like it was just turned, like something had been buried and recently dug back up. It wasn't there before. I checked under the seats, floor mats, glove box, nothing. Then I looked in the rearview mirror. Nothing in the seat. But it looked off. The seat belt. It was buckled again. I know I unbuckled it. I remember it being loose. But now it was perfectly fastened. I got out of the car so fast I nearly tripped over myself. I didn't even lock the doors behind me, just went back inside and slammed the front door like it could stop whatever was happening. I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that back seat, the way he sat there, so still, like he was waiting. For what, I have no clue. But it's like the moment you notice something is wrong and can't unsee it, that gut-level panic that makes your spine feel hollow. The next morning, my phone had a new notification. The rideshare app had reinstalled itself, again. Same message. One ride left. And this time, the pickup pin? It was right outside my apartment, like 20 feet from my front door. I watched it blink on the screen for over an hour. I never opened the door, never checked outside. I was scared, not just scared, but that weird kind of fear where it feels like you're on the edge of something. Like if you look, you'll see, and once you see, you'll never unsee it again. That's where I'm at now, writing this. I haven't left my place in 2 days. I turned off my phone, threw the cracked one in the trash behind a grocery store 2 towns over. I've locked the doors, closed the curtains. I haven't dared peek outside after sunset. But I still feel him. I don't know if he's waiting for me to drive again, or if he's already inside. Maybe that's what they mean by finish the job. You drive long enough, and eventually he stops being the passenger and becomes the one behind the wheel. I don't really know what normal looks like anymore. Before all this, I used to have routines. Morning started with a strong cup of gas station coffee, followed by a scroll through my messages, checking rideshare bonuses or promotional boosts for the day. Then I'd head out, drive around the city, maybe pick up 5 or 6 passengers before lunch, take a break, back at it until midnight if the tips were decent. That was my life. Simple, repetitive, predictable. Now I wake up and the first thing I do is check the locks. Not my phone, not my email, just the locks. Then I go to the window and stare at the street like it's going to move, like it might change. I know that sounds weird, but after everything I've told you, you can probably understand why. 2 nights ago, I found my car unlocked. That might not sound like a big deal, but I always lock it, always. It's automatic at this point. It's like muscle memory. I press the fob before I even get out sometimes. But that night, I looked out my window and saw the driver's side door was cracked open just an inch. Just enough to be obvious, enough to make a statement. I didn't go down to check right away. I stood behind the curtain, staring at it like it might close by itself if I waited long enough. I didn't move for a solid 15 minutes. My hands were shaking the whole time. Eventually, I forced myself to go down. I brought my phone in one hand and a hammer in the other, which is dumb because I've never hit anyone in my life and probably wouldn't know how. But I needed something, you know, something to make me feel like I had control. The car was empty. Clean even, like too clean. The passenger seat looked freshly wiped. The back seat was pristine. No wrappers, no receipts, no trace of life, except for one thing. A single ride receipt had been printed and placed on the dashboard, like old school cab receipts, except I didn't have a printer in the car. I don't even own a printer. It had no date, no location, just a name, Noah, and under it, one line, trip incomplete. That was when I realized I wasn't just being haunted, I was being tracked, monitored maybe, or chosen. And here's the thing, I never picked a guy named Noah up, not officially, not on any log, not on any record, but I remember him, the way he looked straight ahead, never blinking. The way his hands gripped the seatbelt like he was holding on for more than just the ride. I tried looking him up. I don't know why. Maybe I thought if I could find something in obituary, a missing persons report, it would make this feel less insane. Like there was a reason, something I could hold on to. I didn't find anything useful, but I did find something. A post on an old paranormal forum, dated 5 years ago. Title was simple, "Rideshare Glitch Anyone Else?" I clicked it. Most of the replies were jokes or people sharing creepy stories that were clearly fake. But the original post? It was different. The guy described a night almost identical to mine. Passenger shows up without a request. Long silent ride, gives no destination, repeats the line, "Keep going, even if it feels wrong." Ends the post by saying he saw the man again a few days later, standing outside his apartment. The post ends with, "I think I picked up something I wasn't meant to. It's not a person, it's a job that passes on. I didn't finish it, so now it's following me." That part hit hard. Because yeah, that's exactly what it feels like. Like I got handed a task I never signed up for. And every time I ignore it, every time I pretend I'm not part of it, something else goes wrong. Jason hasn't answered my texts in 2 days. Last I heard from him, he said the rideshare app reinstalled itself on his phone again, just like mine. He didn't even open it. Just powered the phone off and tossed it in a drawer. I called him yesterday, straight to voicemail. His social media is still up, but no new posts. I even DM'd his girlfriend, asking if he was all right. She replied with just one sentence. He said he was going for a drive. That was 2 nights ago. That same night, my doorbell rang at exactly 3:14 a.m. I didn't get up to answer it, just lay there under the covers, holding my breath. It rang once, then silence. I waited until the sun came up before checking the front step. Nothing was there, except for tire tracks in the street, right in front of my driveway. Not mine. I've thought a lot about what the rules are, if there are any. Like, what happens if I do pick someone up again? What if I go back to that place where I first found him and wait? Would that end it? Or would it make it worse? The note said, "Finish the job." But what job? Give someone a ride. Deliver him somewhere. What if I already did and failed? Here's the part that's really messing with my head. I think this thing wants to be noticed, that it needs a driver. It doesn't just show up randomly. It waits for someone with enough curiosity, someone willing to push a little too far, ignore a few too many red flags. And then it climbs in. And you don't even realize you've agreed to something until it's too late. I keep replaying that moment in the car, when he said, "You picked me up because they told you to." I brushed it off as weird rambling, but now I think he meant it literally. Like the app or whatever's behind it chose me, like I was being tested. Maybe I failed. Or maybe I passed. I don't know which would be worse. Last night, I slept in my car. I didn't mean to. I was sitting there, engine off, just thinking, and I guess I dozed off. At 3:14 a.m., I woke up. The car was ice cold. My rear-view mirror had been tilted slightly, just enough that I could see my own eyes, but they didn't look like mine. I reached for the door handle and paused when I saw the cracked phone. It was back in the glove box. I hadn't touched it since throwing it away 2 towns over. And on the screen, one new message. Ready when you are. I shut the glove box and started the car. And now I'm writing this from the parking lot of an old gas station outside city limits. I don't know why I came here. It just felt right or expected. I've got half a tank of gas. My phone's at 80%. And there's a man standing under the streetlight across the road. He hasn't moved in 10 minutes. I think he's waiting for me to unlock the doors. I didn't unlock the doors. I sat there, both hands on the steering wheel, my foot hovering over the brake, heart thudding like a drum beat in my throat. The guy under the streetlight just stood there, staring. Or maybe not staring, I couldn't see his eyes from this distance, but I could feel it. That heavy pressure, like I was under a spotlight and he was waiting for a cue. I kept telling myself to start the car. Just leave. Floor it, don't look back. But I didn't move. It was like my limbs forgot how to respond to me, like I wasn't completely in control anymore. It was the cold, maybe. The air had this wet bite to it, like it had rained hours ago and everything still clung to that damp weight. The windows fogged slightly from my breath, and I wiped a circle clear with my sleeve. He was still there, still unmoving. That made two of us. And then he did move. One step forward. That's all. But it felt like a decision had been made. I finally broke out of it, turned the key, threw the car into reverse, and backed out of the lot faster than I should have. Tires skidded a little, and for a second I thought I'd clipped something, but when I checked the rear view, it was just shadows. Or maybe not. I didn't wait to find out. I drove for almost an hour, no destination, just moving. I turned off the GPS, turned off the music, drove until I didn't recognize any of the signs, took random exits, followed roads just to lose myself. And still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Every now and then I'd glance at the rear view, half expecting to see someone in the back seat again. Sometimes I thought I caught a glimpse of something, just a shift of shadow, the suggestion of movement. But every time I turned to look directly, there was nothing there. I finally pulled off at a rest stop, one of those older ones with vending machines from a different decade and bathrooms that make you consider holding it in. I sat on a bench outside and stared up at the sky. I couldn't tell you what I was thinking, really. Everything was tangled, a million half-thoughts and questions. Why me? Why now? Was there a pattern? Was I supposed to do something? Or was this punishment for something I didn't even remember doing? Then my phone buzzed. No notification this time, just a buzzing like a text that didn't show up. I checked it anyway, mostly out of habit. There was a new message. You're going the wrong way. That's it. No name, no number. And that's when I noticed something else. My rideshare app was open again. I swear on everything, I didn't open it. I deleted it. Twice. But there it was. And it had a route already set. Starting point, me. Destination, unlisted. And underneath the route line was a little blinking icon, a passenger. No name, no details, just the word. Noah. Again. I stared at it for a long time. I don't even know why. It was like watching something slowly catch fire and not doing anything about it. You can't look away, even when you should. Eventually I got back in the car. I didn't start it right away. Just sat there, hand on the keys, trying to steady my breathing. I told myself I wasn't going to follow the route. But I did. I don't know if I chose to or if something chose for me. It's a blurry line now. The road it took me down wasn't on any map I'd seen before. Long stretches of cracked pavement, the kind with grass pushing through. No signs, no lights, just tree after tree, pressing in closer with each mile. I was maybe 15 minutes into the drive when I realized the GPS arrow was gone. Just the line now, a road to nowhere. And that's when I started hearing it again. Breathing. Not loud, just faint, like someone was sitting behind me trying not to be heard. But it was there. I turned the music up, hoping I could drown it out, but that only made it worse somehow. Like the sound had learned to hide underneath the noise. I pulled over. I needed out of the car, out of this story, out of whatever this was. I flung open the door and stepped into the dark. No lights anywhere, not even stars, just pitch-black trees and the hum of the engine behind me. And silence. I turned to look at the car and the passenger door was open. Not wide, just slightly, enough to see that it had been closed before. I didn't hear it open, didn't hear anything, but now it was ajar, and that was enough to spike the adrenaline in my throat. I walked around to check. Nothing. Back seat was empty. But the seatbelt? Buckled. Again. That was it. That was the moment I broke. I slammed the door, got back in the driver's seat, and screamed into the steering wheel. Not even words, just noise. A raw, panicked attempt to push the fear out of my body. When I looked up, the dashboard clock read 3:14 a.m. Every damn time. Something shifted then. I don't know how to explain it. The air inside the car thickened. The windows fogged instantly, like I was in a freezer. And in the rearview mirror, I saw movement. I didn't want to look, but I did. There was no one in the seat. But there was a shape in the mirror. Not solid, not clear, just wrong. Like the air had folded. And then I heard it. That same voice, dry and low, whispering from the back. You're almost there. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. The car was suddenly freezing, and all I could see was that mirror, that shape, that thing that had once been a man. I don't know how long I sat there, maybe seconds, maybe longer. But then it stopped. No voice, no fog, just silence. And the sound of a new notification. My phone screen lit up. Trip complete. Underneath a single message. Thank you for driving, Noah. And then everything closed. The app, the route, the GPS. It was like nothing had ever been there. I sat in that car until daylight, shaking, staring at the empty seat beside me, waiting for something else to happen. But nothing did. I think I finished the job. I don't know what that means. Not really. But for the first time in weeks, I felt like I wasn't being watched. At least not by him. Still, I haven't opened the glove box. Not since that night. I'm afraid there might be a new name inside. I didn't open the glove box for 3 weeks. Not once. Not even when I needed my registration after getting pulled over for a busted taillight. I gave the cop my license, smiled, apologized for not being able to find the paperwork, and drove away with a warning. The whole time, my hand hovered near the latch, but I couldn't do it. I was terrified that I'd see another phone, or a name written on old paper. Maybe something worse, something that didn't belong to me at all. After what happened that night after Noah, I needed to believe it was over. I needed to believe I'd closed whatever door I'd somehow opened. And for a while, it felt like I had. The app never came back, not even once. No more strange messages, no 3:14 a.m. wake-ups, no more open doors or whispered words or footsteps outside my apartment. Nothing. It was quiet. Not the eerie kind of quiet, not the something's about to happen kind, just peace. I started sleeping again. I deleted every rideshare-related app and changed my number. I moved to a new place across town, got a job working security for a storage facility. Night shift still but stationary, locked gates, no strangers getting into my car, no destinations to follow. I even started going to therapy. I didn't tell my therapist everything, how could I? I mean, who would believe me? But I told her enough, about the ride, about how it felt, about how afraid I'd been of things I couldn't explain. She listened. She didn't interrupt, and after a while, I started to feel like I had my feet on the ground again. I still thought about Noah. Not every day, but enough. I'd catch myself looking at the rear view when I was alone in the car, or checking the dash clock out of habit, but nothing ever happened. Eventually, I let myself believe that maybe, just maybe, it really was over. Until last Tuesday. I was doing inventory checks in one of the back units at work, big metal containers, mostly filled with old furniture and boxes no one ever comes to claim. Most of the time it's boring, but I like the quiet. That night, I was cataloging the lock codes when I found something taped to the inside of one of the unit doors. It was a receipt, just like the one I'd found on my dashboard. But this one had no name, just a time, 3:14 a.m. And one word scribbled across the top, almost too light to see. Passenger. I felt the bottom drop out of my stomach. My hands started shaking, but not from cold. Someone had been there. Someone knew where I worked. And maybe they weren't done with me after all. But then something else hit me. The handwriting. It wasn't the same. This one was sloppier, sharper. I stared at it for a long time. Then I folded it neatly and slipped it into my pocket. I went back through the storage logs for the last month, found out that unit had recently been rented just for a week, paid in cash, no real name attached, just initials. J.W. Jason? I hadn't heard from him since he said he was going for a drive. That was over a month ago. I tried his phone again, straight to voicemail. I started digging, reached out to a few mutual friends. One of them said Jason had dropped off the grid, left town maybe, told people he needed space. No one had actually seen him, not since the night he disappeared. I think he picked someone up. I think he became the driver. That's how it works, right? That's what I started to understand. The ride ends when it's passed on, when the next driver takes the wheel, when someone else picks up the fare. That's why it left me alone. Because it wasn't about me anymore. It had found someone else. I didn't know whether to feel relieved or sick to my stomach. I kept the receipt, put it in a drawer with the other one, the first one. They sit there now, side by side, proof, I guess. If I ever forget it happened, if I ever need to remember how close I got. I don't drive strangers anymore, not for money, not for favors, not even when friends beg. I sold the old car and got a new one. No ride history, no connection. I still check the back seat every night. Still wake up sometimes at 3:14 a.m., sweating, heart pounding, even when nothing's there. But I'm here. I'm alive. And I think that matters. I don't know what it was. I don't know if Noah was a ghost, or a curse, or something worse. But I do know this. It wanted to be remembered. That's why it kept leaving traces, notes, receipts, that weird fog in the car. The ride was never about getting somewhere, it was about passing through, taking something with it, leaving something behind. Maybe I finished the job. Maybe I didn't. But it's not my ride anymore. It belongs to someone else now. If you're reading this, if this somehow sounds familiar, if you've seen the same route pop up on your app, or found a cracked phone in your glove box, or if your dashboard clock freezes at the same time every night, don't accept the ride. Lock your doors. And for the love of God, never look in the rearview mirror. This happened 3 summers ago, and I still won't go anywhere near that side of town. Even driving past the plant gives me that weird, back-of-the-neck feeling now. I know how that sounds. I wouldn't believe me either if I hadn't been there, if I hadn't seen the footage with my own eyes. But I did. And I wish I never had. So, the tunnel. It's a real place. Half the kids from my high school knew about it. There's this old water treatment plant on the edge of town, right where the trail turns to gravel and dips behind that little hill next to the abandoned substation. You can find the tunnel entrance about 20 feet past the last chain-link fence. It's not marked, but everyone who's been there knows what you're looking for. The tunnel's short, narrow, and barely tall enough to walk upright in maybe 6 feet at most. It's lined with concrete, and water drips from somewhere overhead, constantly. The air inside always smells like metal and mildew, and you can hear your own footsteps echo ahead of you like they're trying to warn you not to keep going. I'd heard stories, obviously. Everyone had. The usual, some kid saw something in there, don't go past the halfway mark. Someone disappeared back in the 90s. Stuff that sounded like exaggeration or older kids trying to scare the new ones. But people kept going back. It was a dare thing. You know how that works. Show you've got nerve. Walk the whole thing alone, record it, prove you did it. Derek was the one who took it seriously. He was a quiet kid, not antisocial or anything, just the kind of guy who didn't make a lot of noise. He was in my grade, but we only started hanging out the year this happened because of a shared elective. Film and media, that's important, by the way. He was obsessed with documenting things, always filming, always editing little projects no one asked for. I thought it was cool, actually. gave him something to focus on. That summer, he decided to do the tunnel, not just walk it, film it, edit it, and turn it into a short documentary, he said. Something serious but local, whatever that meant. He had a basic GoPro, the kind you can strap to your chest or helmet. He borrowed a flashlight from his dad and asked if I wanted to come with him to shoot the entry and exit for contrast. "You don't have to go in," he said. "Just wait on the other side. It'll take like 15 minutes max." I said yes. I didn't really believe any of the stories, and it sounded harmless. We went late in the afternoon, right before sunset. The idea was to catch that last bit of golden light while he filmed his intro. I remember exactly what he wore: gray hoodie, black cargo pants, and those same scuffed Vans he wore everywhere. The GoPro was already recording before we even got to the tunnel. He kept narrating into it, talking about the history of the plant and how the tunnel was likely part of the overflow system or emergency maintenance line. He sounded calm, focused. I waited at the other end like I said I would. It took about 6 minutes before I heard his footsteps coming through the tunnel again, but he didn't come out right away. I called his name, half joking. "Derek?" Silence. Then his voice echoed back, weirdly flat. "Yeah." He came out a few seconds later, squinting into the light like he'd just stepped off a plane. His face looked pale. I figured maybe the tunnel freaked him out more than he'd expected. "You good?" I asked. He nodded but didn't say anything. Just walked past me and sat on the grass, taking off the camera like it was heavier than it should have been. I didn't press. We chilled for another 10 minutes, then walked back to my car. He didn't upload the footage that night. In fact, he didn't say anything about it for 2 days. When I finally asked him if he watched it yet, he just texted me back, "Yeah, you should see it." I went over that evening. His laptop was already open on his desk, the GoPro file queued up. He didn't say much, just hit play and stood behind me. The first few minutes were what I expected him: walking, narrating, light bouncing off the tunnel walls. You could hear water dripping, the steady beat of his footsteps. It felt claustrophobic even on screen. Then, somewhere around the halfway point, he stopped walking. The camera tilted slightly like he'd turned to look behind him. That's when the echo started. Footsteps behind him. But the tunnel was straight, no place to hide, no other entrances. I know because I checked the blueprints myself later, and no one else had gone in. The footsteps kept going for a few seconds, then silence. The camera panned back toward the end of the tunnel. He stood still for another beat, then turned and kept walking. The weird part? He never looked scared in the video, just confused. But when I looked up at him standing behind me, he wasn't confused anymore. He looked rattled. "Go back," he said. I rewound it to where the footsteps started. This time he pointed. "Pause it, right there." I did, and he leaned over, slowly moved the cursor frame by frame. It was right before he turned back to the entrance, only 2 or 3 frames total. But there, behind him, maybe 20 feet back, was something. I still don't know what it was. The frame was blurry, obviously. It wasn't a full figure, just part of something tall, pale, and shaped wrong. No clear face, no details. Just presence. It looked like it was standing at an angle that didn't make sense, like it was pressed against the side of the wall but also facing forward. And it was gone by the next frame. I turned and looked at him. "You didn't see that when you were inside?" He shook his head. "I didn't hear anything either, not at that part." It took us both a second to really absorb that. He heard footsteps, but they didn't happen in real time, only on the video. We didn't post it. I know everyone always says that, but we really didn't. We kept it between us, maybe two others, and even those guys thought it was a prank. A week later, one of them, Aaron, disappeared. Aaron wasn't the type of person to just disappear. That's what made it so weird at first. He was loud, cocky, and always online. The kind of guy who commented on every group chat meme within 5 seconds and updated his Snapchat story when he so much as reheated a slice of pizza. So when nobody had heard from him in a day, it stood out immediately. At first, people just assumed his phone was dead, or that he was pulling some dramatic off-the-grid thing for attention. But then, his mom started asking around. Apparently, he hadn't come home the night before, and when she checked his room the next morning, his bed hadn't been slept in. Still, it wasn't until the second day that people started actually worrying. That's when the missing posters went up. That's when the cops got involved. They questioned everyone. I told them the truth. I hadn't seen him since the weekend before, when we all hung out behind the gas station, like we always did. They asked if anything had seemed off about him lately. I said no, even though I knew something was off, just not with him. See, Aaron was one of the two people Derek and I showed the footage to. We didn't make a big deal out of it. We weren't trying to scare anyone. But we'd been freaked out, and we wanted a second opinion, someone who'd either confirm what we saw or tell us we were overreacting. So we showed it to Aaron and this other guy, Jake, who's the kind of person that finds every story funny if it doesn't happen to him. They watched the video, we pointed out the frame, and both of them leaned in close, like they were trying to see if it was edited. Jake laughed, said, "That's just condensation or whatever. You nerds are looking too hard." Aaron didn't laugh, though. He just stared at the paused frame for a while and then said, "If that's fake, it's a damn good fake." And then a few days later, he was gone. I didn't tell the cops about the video, neither did Derek. Not because we were trying to hide something, but because it sounded insane. What would we say? "Oh, by the way, there's a maybe ghost, or something in the tunnel by the old water plant, and we think our friends saw it and then vanished." They'd either laugh or tell us to stop wasting their time. So we said nothing. Instead, we started watching the footage again. Derek pulled up the raw files on his laptop and went frame by frame through the whole tunnel segment. He zoomed in, adjusted contrast, tried every filter he could. I just sat beside him, watching in silence. The frame with the thing in it was still there, still just a blur, still unhelpful. But now, with Aaron gone, it felt heavier, like a warning we didn't understand in time. Derek was quieter than usual. No sarcastic jokes, no running commentary. Just a kind of cold, focused silence, like he was trying to solve a math problem that kept changing every time he looked at it. That night, I stayed at his place. Neither of us said why. It just didn't feel right to be alone. We both crashed on the floor of his basement, old sleeping bags, a couple of sodas, and the glow of his laptop looping through tunnel footage in the background. Around 2 in the morning, Derek suddenly sat up. I heard something. I froze. What? Just listen. We sat there in the dark, ears straining. The laptop fan hummed softly. A faint drip came from somewhere near the water heater. Then I heard it too. Faint, distant, not in the house. From the laptop speaker. Footsteps. Not loud, not dramatic, just soft, deliberate steps on concrete. Derek rewound the clip 10 seconds, hit play, silence. Then again, tap, tap, tap. He muted it. We looked at each other. I already watched this version earlier, he said. It didn't have that sound. I checked the file's timestamp. It hadn't been modified since 3 days ago. Derek, I said, voice low, that sound wasn't there before. He nodded, eyes wide. I know. We didn't sleep after that. The next morning, Derek didn't say a word when I left. He looked like he hadn't blinked in hours. When I checked my phone around lunchtime, he still hadn't texted. By evening, I drove over to his house again. I wasn't going to wait. Not after Aaron. I rang the bell. No answer. His mom answered on the third knock. He's in the basement. Didn't go to school today. I nodded and told her we were working on a project. When I went downstairs, the lights were off. Just the glow of the screen. The footage was still looping. Derek was sitting cross-legged in front of it, staring like it was feeding him something. He didn't turn when I came in. "You're okay?" I asked. He nodded once. "Derek, you need to stop watching that." He shook his head slowly. "There's something new." I walked over. On screen was a paused frame, one I hadn't seen before. It was at the very end, right as Derek exits the tunnel, just before the GoPro shakes from him stepping back into daylight. In the shadows behind him, near the entrance, was something different. It wasn't a figure, not exactly, more like a shape, pressed flat against the concrete wall. Not pale this time, darker, textured like wet stone, with what looked like the hint of a long hand or claw just touching the wall, like it was holding itself there, waiting. I backed away. "You're done, man. Turn it off." He didn't move. "Derek." He finally looked at me. His eyes were bloodshot. What if Aaron saw something too? What if it's not about the tunnel anymore? I stared at him. "What are you saying?" "I think watching it does something, like you're not supposed to see it, not just the tunnel, the image." My throat went dry. "Jake saw it too," I said quietly. He nodded. "Text him." I pulled out my phone, texted Jake something simple. "Hey, all good?" No answer. I tried again an hour later. Still nothing. When I checked the group chat, Jake hadn't been active in more than 24 hours. I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I kept seeing that still frame Derek paused the dark hand against the tunnel wall, like it had been reaching out, and then froze mid-movement. Not moving, not looking. Just waiting. The longer I stared at it, the less it looked like part of the wall. It had shape, texture, a weird curve to the fingers that bent inward too tightly, like they weren't used to being hands, like they were remembering how. The next morning, I tried texting Jake again, just something casual. Yo, you good? No reply. I checked his story. Nothing. Not even one of his usual stupid reposts or screenshots from his Xbox. I texted Derek. He's not answering. A few seconds later, he replied, "Come over." When I got there, his laptop was already set up on the desk again. Same clip playing on a loop. The GoPro footage. Again. I didn't know how he could keep watching it. I'd only seen it twice, and I was already having dreams that felt like waking up in cold water. "What now?" I asked, standing behind him. He didn't turn. "Watch." I leaned over and looked. He had the footage paused again near the beginning this time, just after he steps inside the tunnel. At first, I didn't notice anything different. The flashlight beam bounced around the concrete walls, catching water stains and weird shadows, the usual. Then I saw it, something that hadn't been there before. On the wall to the left, there was a smear, long, thin, almost like a handprint, but not quite. The shape was wrong, like it had too many fingers. "I scrubbed this part already," Derek said quietly. "It wasn't there before." He hit play. The flashlight moved. The smear disappeared. He rewound again, paused it, still there. "It's only visible when paused," he said, "but it wasn't there yesterday." I didn't say anything. I didn't have to. We both knew what it meant. The video was changing. We left the basement around noon and went to get food, even though neither of us was hungry. Just being outside helped the air felt less heavy, like we'd been holding our breath since watching that first frame. We didn't talk about the footage for a while. We sat in the diner and stared at the menu until the server had to come back twice before we ordered. Eventually, Derek asked, "You think Jake's gone?" I didn't answer right away. "I don't know," I finally said. "I don't want to think that." "But if he is," Derek continued, "then that's two people. Both saw the footage. Both disappeared." I looked down at my plate. We saw it too. He didn't say anything to that. We went back to his place, but neither of us wanted to go inside, so we sat in his backyard instead, on the back steps. The sun was low in the sky, not quite setting, but that same weird stillness had crept into the air like the day had stopped moving and was waiting for something to happen. "I keep thinking about that night," Derek said suddenly, "when I went through the tunnel." I didn't interrupt. I didn't feel anything when I was in there. Not really. Just off. Like I was being timed. He looked over at me. "But I don't remember turning around." "What do you mean?" He rubbed his face. "That frame, the one where the thing is behind me? I don't remember turning back to look. I don't remember stopping at all." "You think the footage is lying?" "I don't know," he said. "Or maybe I'm forgetting stuff. But I swear, I just walked straight through. No turning, no stopping." We sat there for a long time after that, until the sun dipped below the trees, until the porch light clicked on automatically behind us. That night, I didn't stay over. I told Derek I needed sleep, which wasn't a lie, but also wasn't going to happen. When I got home, my phone buzzed with a new message, "Unknown number." It was a photo. No text, just an image. It was grainy and dark, like it had been taken with a broken lens. But I knew what it was immediately: the tunnel entrance. The same angle I'd taken when Derek walked in that first time. Only this time, there was someone standing at the edge. Or something. I zoomed in. The shape was tall with no clear face, just arms that hung too long like they were waiting for direction. I didn't respond. I just deleted it, threw my phone across the room, and locked my bedroom door for the first time in months. The next morning, I went back to Derek's. He hadn't slept either. "There's more," he said, before I could sit down. He played the video again, this time from the final few seconds, right as he exits. His camera tilts up slightly, catching the sky for a split second. That part had always been blown out too bright to see anything clearly. But now there was a silhouette, just barely there against the light. Still, centered, watching him leave. "I swear to God it wasn't there yesterday," he said. "It's changing." I didn't doubt him. I didn't say anything. I just sat there, trying to breathe normally. It felt like the more we looked at the footage, the more it looked back, like it knew we were watching and started to show us more, just a little at a time. Not enough to make sense, just enough to keep us afraid. We agreed to stop watching, to delete the footage. Derek said he'd do it that night, wipe the drive, smash the camera. We didn't talk about it again. But the next day, he didn't show up to school. I got the call from Derek's mom around 10 that morning. She asked if I'd seen him, said he hadn't come upstairs all night and wasn't answering his phone. I told her I hadn't talked to him since the night before, and I could tell by the pause on the other end that she was already worried before she dialed. I promised to come over. When I pulled up to the house, her car was still in the driveway, but the blinds were shut. It was quiet in a way that felt wrong, like the air around the place knew something had shifted. She let me in without saying much. Her hair was pulled back, no makeup, slippers instead of shoes. She looked tired in a way I'd never seen before. "He was in the basement," she said, keeping her voice low. "I didn't go down. I figured you'd know what to look for." I nodded, already walking toward the stairs. The basement was exactly how we'd left it 2 nights ago. His sleeping bag was still in the corner. The desk light was on. The laptop was closed. No sign of him. I checked the little window near the ceiling to see if maybe he'd climbed out somehow, even though it was barely wide enough for a backpack. Nothing. His phone was still on the desk. His backpack was on the chair. But he was gone. I opened the laptop and turned it on. I wasn't sure what I expected. Maybe the video was back. Maybe it was still playing, but the desktop was empty. Not just tidy, empty. No icons, no folders, no GoPro footage. He'd deleted everything. I stayed down there for a long time, just staring at the screen like it might flicker and give me a clue. Eventually, I went back upstairs and told his mom I didn't know where he was. I wasn't lying. She nodded slowly and thanked me for coming. I left her standing in the hallway staring at the basement door. I walked home even though I had my bike. Something about being in motion helped. Trees passing, houses passing, the sound of wind. anything that reminded me I was still part of the real world. But it didn't help much, because I knew what this was. That made 3 of us now. Aaron, Jake, Derek. All 3 had watched the footage. All 3 had vanished. And me? I'd watched it too. That night, I didn't turn off the lights. I didn't sleep. I sat in my room with the door locked and a kitchen knife on my lap. Not that it would have helped, but holding something made me feel a little less useless. I kept waiting for something to happen, a knock, a whisper, something at the window. But nothing came, which was somehow worse. The next day, I stayed home from school, told my mom I wasn't feeling great, which was mostly true. I spent the whole day going through Derek's old texts, screenshots, notes. Anything he might have written down, there was nothing. He didn't even leave a message. I thought about the footage again, the way it had changed, the new shapes, the new shadows, that hand on the tunnel wall, the smear, the silhouette in the light. It was like the more we watched, the more it showed us. Like the act of looking gave it permission. And now, even though Derek had deleted the file, I couldn't get it out of my head. I remembered every detail. That's when it hit me. What if remembering was enough? I started checking every reflection in the house, the bathroom mirror, the microwave door, my phone screen when it went black. I stopped watching TV entirely. No more video calls. No more scrolling late at night. Anything with a screen felt like it might show me something if I looked too long. Because whatever this thing was, it wasn't the tunnel anymore. It was the idea of the tunnel, and it was getting clearer. The next day, I biked out to the plant. I don't even know why. Some part of me thought if I just stood in front of the entrance, maybe it would undo something, like putting the needle back on the record, returning the thing to its source. The chain-link fence was still there, sagging a little more than I remembered. The gravel trail past it was mostly overgrown now, like nobody had come through in a long time. I followed it. Found the entrance. Just a low, round concrete opening, barely tall enough to walk into without ducking. Water pooled around the mouth. It smelled sharp and sour. I stood there for a long time. It didn't feel like anything special. Not haunted, not cursed, just quiet. I stepped a little closer. That's when I noticed it. On the side of the entrance wall, right above the waterline, 5 smudges. Long, parallel, almost like something had dragged its fingers there and left them behind. I stepped back. Left. Didn't say anything to anyone. But that night, when I looked in my mirror, I saw something I hadn't noticed before. A shape. Just a shadow at first, behind me, where my closet should have been. I turned quickly. Nothing. I looked back. Still nothing. But the feeling stayed, not being watched, being remembered. Like something had cataloged me. I thought about calling someone, anyone, but who? Everyone who knew was already gone. I was the last one left, and I had no idea what was coming next. The day after I went back to the tunnel, I finally started digging for answers. Up until that point, everything had just been reactions watching the footage, checking the windows at night, waiting for something to happen. But the longer nothing happened, the more I realized waiting wasn't going to save me. Not anymore. If this thing was real, and after losing Derek, I had no doubt it was then hiding in my room, was just going to drag it out, let it keep getting closer. So I went to the library. I know that sounds like a weird move, like the beginning of some old horror movie where the kid finds an article from 1973 and everything clicks, but it wasn't like that. I didn't think I was going to find a headline that said, "Tall shadow creature haunts teens." I just needed something, a starting point. The town library is small, old carpet, that dry smell of paper and plastic dust jackets. It's mostly quiet except for the hum of the lights and the sound of old people turning pages too loudly. I didn't ask the librarian for help. I didn't want to explain what I was looking for. I started with local history, anything about the water plant, the area around it, the tunnel. There wasn't much. The plant was built in the 1940s, expanded in the 60s, decommissioned sometime in the early 2000s. Nothing weird in the official write-ups, just utility stuff. Engineering diagrams, budget proposals. Then I found a binder tucked away near the bottom of the local reference shelf. It was unlabeled on the spine, just gray duct tape across the binding. Inside were photocopies of old newspaper clippings, most from a now defunct local paper called the Deerfield Ledger. Someone had organized them loosely by date, no page numbers, no index, just events. Floods, fires, town meetings, a few photos of sports teams and barbershop openings. And then I saw it, August of 1989. The article headline was small, "Teen Missing After Dare at Water Tunnel." My throat tightened. I read it 3 times before pulling out my phone and taking a picture. The article didn't say much. Just that a 17-year-old kid named Jacob Drury had been last seen walking into the tunnel near the water plant as part of a local dare. His friends waited on the other side. He never came out. They searched both ends. They brought in rescue workers, checked the old blueprints, no sign of him. I checked the index card drawer to find other issues from the same month. There were 3 follow-ups. One said police eventually gave up the search after 21 days. Another said the family moved away shortly after. The last one was just a letter to the editor, some old guy writing in about how the tunnel wasn't right and should be sealed off. That one stuck with me. The letter said this: "It echoes wrong. I worked down there in the 70s. You'd drop a wrench and hear it bounce twice, but only echo once. That's not how tunnels work." I left the library with photos of everything. Back home, I tried finding Jacob Drury online. No Facebook, no family profiles, no mention in any obituary archives. It was like he vanished completely. Just a few articles from 30 years ago, and then nothing. But at least I wasn't the first. That night, I had the same dream again. I was standing at the tunnel entrance, not walking in, just staring, and I could hear something breathing deep, patient, not threatening, just aware, like it had been waiting a long time and finally decided to stretch. When I woke up, my window was open. I know I locked it. I know I did. I didn't even go near it. I just sat in bed until sunrise, hands balled in the blankets, eyes locked on the opening. Nothing moved. The next morning, I printed out one of the articles and took it to the only place I could think of, the Historical Society office. It's just a room above the post office, run by a guy named Mr. Harron. He used to teach high school history before retiring. He's got one of those gray ponytails and a collection of button-down shirts that all look exactly the same. He looked up when I walked in and gave me that polite, tired smile. "You looking for someone?" he asked. I nodded and handed him the article. "Do you know anything about this?" He adjusted his glasses and read it slowly. When he looked up, his smile was gone. "I remember this," he said. "Jacob was 2 years below me. Quiet kid. We all thought he ran away at first." "Did anyone ever find out what happened?" I asked. He shook his head. "No, but people stopped going near the plant after that." I sat down, told him everything. I left out some of the more surreal parts, the shadow in the footage, the way it kept changing, but I told him about Derek, about the video, about how all of them had watched it. He didn't interrupt, just listened, frowned deeper as I went on. When I finished, he rubbed his chin and said, "There's a theory some people used to talk about, not in papers, just quiet talk." "What kind of theory?" "That the tunnel doesn't end where you think it ends." I blinked. "What do you mean?" "Some workers claimed there were locked doors halfway through, that it connects to older parts of the plant, places not on the map, places even the city didn't have records for." "Why would a water tunnel lead to something like that?" He gave me a long look. "Because maybe it wasn't always just a water tunnel." That night, I opened my phone to find a new picture message from an unknown number. No text, just an image of the tunnel entrance. Same angle as the one before, but closer this time. The figure was still there. Only now you could see part of its head tilt slightly, like it had noticed the camera. I stared at it for a long time. Then I turned off the phone and sat in the dark, listening. I didn't hear anything, but I knew it was coming. I didn't decide right away. For a few days after that last photo showed up, I stayed inside. Didn't go to school, didn't check my phone unless I had to. Every sound made me freeze, even the normal ones, neighbors mowing their lawns, delivery trucks pulling up down the street. Nothing happened. No more pictures, no knocks at the window. But it felt like it was waiting, like the tunnel didn't want to be ignored anymore. I told myself I'd wait it out, that I'd ride it until the thing lost interest and found someone else, but that didn't sit right. I couldn't stop thinking about Derek, about the way his basement light was still on, about how the laptop was wiped clean. I thought about Aaron and Jake and that kid from 1989, Jacob Drury. All of them left behind no real trace, just rumors. Just newspaper clippings and people who eventually stopped asking questions. And I realized if I didn't do something, I was going to end up the same way. So I went back. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't bring a camera. I left my phone at home. I packed a flashlight, a bottle of water, and a little notebook with the names of everyone who'd gone missing written in my own handwriting, just in case something did happen and someone found me. I biked out there just after sunrise. The trail was empty. The grass along the gravel was taller now, thick with weeds. Even the fence looked different, like it had sagged more in the last week than it should have in a whole year. I stood in front of the tunnel for a long time before stepping in. The air was still damp, still metallic. My footsteps echoed louder than I remembered. The flashlight beam bounced off the water on the walls, catching streaks of old rust and algae in little flashes of green and brown. I walked slowly, deliberately. I didn't talk. I didn't record. I just kept moving forward. About halfway through, I felt it shift. Not the tunnel, the air. It changed from wet to cold, not breeze cold, still cold, like the kind of chill that doesn't move but soaks into your clothes anyway. That was the moment I knew I wasn't alone. But I didn't stop. I kept walking until I reached the far end. Nothing. No figure, no shadow, no whisper of movement. Just concrete and quiet. I turned around and walked back. Same distance, same chill. But now the tunnel felt narrower, not physically, but mentally, like something was closing in, like the air was being watched. I made it out. I stood there, blinking in the daylight, heart pounding, waiting for something to happen. A sound, a blur, a shape stepping out behind me. Nothing. I was alone. It felt like a letdown at first, anticlimactic, but then I realized what had changed. The fear was gone. Not entirely, but the pressure, that feeling of something pushing at the edges of my mind. It was like I'd faced it and walked out before it could finish whatever it wanted. I biked home without looking back. I didn't have nightmares that night. I slept through the whole thing, first time in weeks. My room was quiet. My window stayed closed. The knife under my bed stayed untouched. And the next morning, I checked my phone. No new messages. No pictures. Just silence. That was 6 months ago. I haven't gone back since, haven't had the urge, but sometimes I catch myself glancing at the woods when I bike past, not expecting to see anything, just checking. I still think about Derek, and Aaron, and Jake. Their parents stopped talking about it after a while. The posters came down. The school counselors gave their speeches. Everyone went back to normal. Except me. I'm not saying I know what happened to them. I don't. Not exactly. But I've got ideas. And the more time passes, the more convinced I am that whatever's in that tunnel doesn't just take people. It collects them, not physically maybe, but mentally, through fear, through obsession, through attention. And that's the thing. It only keeps going if people keep feeding it, telling the story, watching the video, passing around photos, and daring each other to go. So I made a choice. I deleted everything. The footage, the photos, the screenshots, all of it. I even tossed the notebook I'd written their names in. I stopped talking about it. Until now. You might think this whole thing defeats the point that by writing it down again, I'm opening the door. And maybe you're right, but this version is different, because there's no clip to watch. No face to freeze on, no blurry screenshot to analyze, just words, and memories, and a warning. If someone dares you to walk the tunnel, don't. If you're ever near the plant and you feel the air go still leave. And if you see something in a video that looks almost human, but not quite, don't rewind. Don't zoom in. Don't give it your attention, because that's how it finds you. And once it finds you, it doesn't let go. It just waits.